Hey guys, tonight we are drifting back way back to the land of pharaohs, pyramids, and, well, a whole lot of sand. Picture yourself standing by the Nile, the sun beating down the air, thick with the smell of river reeds and distant cooking fires. You see majestic temples in the distance, hear the faint chant of priests, and maybe even catch a glimpse of a royal barge glittering on the water. It's the ancient Egypt of your imagination, all gold and grandeur. But here's a little reality check. If you were transported there right now, especially as an ordinary woman, you probably wouldn't survive the week without some serious adjustments to your idea of divine living. The glamour often hid a much tougher daily grind. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It really helps the channel. And hey, drop a comment below with where you're listening from and what time it is there. I love seeing how far these stories travel. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're walking through this ancient world, the one so familiar from documentaries and lavish Hollywood epics. Yes, you've seen the gold gleaming from Tutankhamun's mask, adorning the sarcophagi of long-dead rulers. You've marveled at the temples, those colossal stone monuments reaching for the sky, covered in intricate hieroglyphs that whisper tales of gods and glory. And of course, the eyeliner, that iconic, thick black kohl, rimming the eyes of queens and commoners alike, a fashion statement that somehow still feels chic thousands of years later. It's an image of sophisticated power of a civilization that mastered art, architecture, and the afterlife. You might even picture Cleopatra dripping in jewels, commanding fleets, a woman of immense influence. Or Nefertiti, whose beauty is legendary, ruling alongside her pharaoh. But here's where the picture starts to shimmer and change like a mirage in the desert heat. For the vast, overwhelming majority of women in ancient Egypt, life wasn't a grand epic played out in gilded halls. It wasn't divine. It was domestic, controlled, and often deeply unfair. Their stories aren't usually the ones carved into temple walls in giant heroic reliefs. Their narratives are found in the quiet persistence of household objects, in the weariness etched into small, overlooked statues, in the legal scraps that hint at their daily struggles and small victories. Imagine for a moment you're not a queen, not a noblewoman with servants attending your every whim. Instead, you are an ordinary woman, perhaps named Merit or Tia, living in a small mud brick house in a village nestled by the life-giving yet sometimes treacherously flooding Nile. The sun, a relentless golden disk, dictates your days. Your world isn't one of political intrigue or theological debate. It's the rhythm of grinding grain before dawn, the smoky scent of baking bread, the endless task of fetching water from the river or canal, carefully balancing the heavy jar on your head. It's the chatter of children underfoot, the meticulous work of weaving linen for your family's clothes, the constant unseen labor that kept your household, and by extension, the entire kingdom functioning. It's a life lived largely within the confines of your home and immediate community, a stark contrast to the sprawling narratives of pharaohs and their conquests. You feel the grit of sand that gets into everything, taste the ever-present dust in the air, and hear the distant braying of a donkey or the rhythmic thud of a pestle against a mortar. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, not entirely. Ancient Egyptian society was complex and in some ways surprisingly progressive when it came to women's legal standing, especially when you compare it to, say, ancient Athens, where women were practically invisible in public life. Here's a mainstream historical fact for you. Egyptian women could own property independently of their husbands. They could inherit land and possessions run, businesses borrow money, and even initiate divorce proceedings. They could appear in court as witnesses and bring lawsuits. You could theoretically tell your no-good husband Nebamun to pack his sandals and his favorite throw sticks and leave, and the law might just back you up. Sounds pretty good, right? Almost modern even. But legal rights on a papyrus scroll and lived reality are two very different things, aren't they? Historians still argue whether these considerable legal freedoms for women truly translated into widespread social empowerment or genuine day-to-day autonomy for the average Egyptian woman. Or were they more like a beautifully decorated framework, impressive to look at, but one that didn't fundamentally alter the male-dominated structure of society, the power dynamics within the family, the societal expectations, the religious roles? These often painted a different picture. It's one thing to have the right to own that little plot of barley. It's another to have the actual power to manage it without your brother-in-law chiming in every 5 minutes or facing societal side-eye for being too assertive. And speaking of appearances, let's go back to that famous eyeliner for a moment. That kohl wasn't just about looking sharp enough to impress the local Osiris fan club down at the temple. Here's a quirky little tidbit. The lead-based compounds, the galena, in that kohl actually had scientifically proven antibacterial properties. So while it definitely enhanced beauty and was believed to offer magical protection by warding off the evil eye, because who needs that kind of negativity when you're trying to make sure your beer ration lasts the week and the kids haven't accidentally angered a minor household deity? It also helped protect against rampant eye infections like conjunctivitis, a common scourge in the dusty, fly-blown environment of the Nile Valley. So every morning, as you carefully apply your makeup with a small, smooth kohl stick, you're not just getting ready for the day, you're practicing a bit of preventative medicine. Practical magic Egyptian style. It's a small comfort perhaps in a life that demanded so much. You might not have a say in who the vizier is this week, but at least you can try to keep the dreaded eye goo at bay. Your home as an ordinary woman is likely a simple affair. Forget the sprawling palace complexes you see in the movies. You're probably in a cluster of flat-roofed houses made of sun-dried mud bricks. The walls perhaps whitewashed, if you're a bit better off, maybe with a few small, high windows to let in a sliver of light, but keep out the worst of the blazing heat. Inside, it's sparsely furnished, woven reed mats on the packed earth floor, for sleeping and sitting a few rough clay pots for storage, and cooking perhaps a small low wooden table and a cherished wooden chest for your few precious belongings. A spare linen tunic, a polished copper mirror if you're doing reasonably well, some simple jewelry like colorful faience beads or a shell amulet. The kitchen might just be a designated corner of the shared courtyard with an open hearth built from a few stones. Air conditioning. That's the occasional breeze from the north if you're lucky enough to catch it, or perhaps a servant if you're slightly more affluent waving a large fan. Your personal space is minimal, often shared with extended family members, grandparents, in-laws, unmarried siblings. And privacy is a luxury you likely can't afford and probably don't even expect. You'd be more familiar with the scent of wood smoke baking bread and perhaps a hint of fermenting beer than with exotic imported perfumes, more accustomed to the feel of rough, homespun linen against your skin than fine diaphanous silks. The grand images of Egypt, the ones that endure, are built upon countless lives, like yours lives, filled with relentless hard work, with small fleeting joys, ever-present anxieties about harvest and health, and the constant, vital hum of domestic routine. This is the Egypt we're going to explore, the one behind the golden mask, the one that truly kept the kingdom alive. The river flows, the sun rises and sets, and your life is a thread in this vast ancient tapestry, often invisible to the grand historical record, but utterly essential to its creation. You are the bedrock, the quiet hum beneath the pharaonic pronouncements, the unseen hands that nurture a civilization. The very beginning of your life, your entry into the sun-baked land, sets the tone for so much that will follow. As you take your first breath, the air thick with the scent of the Nile mud, and perhaps the herbs burned to sanctify the birth space, the reaction to your arrival might be muted. Being born a girl wasn't exactly cause for widespread village celebration, not in the same way a son's arrival would be greeted. A son meant another pair of hands for the fields, or a trade someone to carry on the family name, someone to ensure the parents' mortuary, cult, and proper burial rites, which was a pretty big deal for their eternal afterlife. A son was an investment, a future provider, a continuation of the ancestral line in a way that society at least didn't quite attribute to you. You as a daughter, you are often seen, from that very first cry, through a different lens. Your destiny is already whispering around you, shaping expectations before you can even focus your eyes. It's not a destiny of grand pronouncements or leading armies. It's one intimately tied to the home to hearth, to husband, and to the bearing of more children, hopefully sons for your husband's line. This predetermined future isn't necessarily malicious in intent, not always. It's just the deeply ingrained way of the world, the unquestioned order of things as solid and unmovable as the Great Pyramids themselves. It's the path of least resistance, the groove worn deep by generations. From your earliest moments, you are subtly and not so subtly guided towards a life of domesticity, and yes, a degree of subservience. Imagine your mother, exhausted from labor, her body aching, perhaps attended by a local midwife, a woman from the village known for her experience, not for any formal medical training. There are no epidurals here, no gleaming, sterile delivery rooms with beeping machines. Childbirth, as we'll explore more later in our journey, is a dangerous passage, a true brush with the underworld. If both of you survive it, a significant if, the midwife might examine you and declare it is a girl. There might be a sigh from your father, perhaps a quiet prayer of thanks to Taweret, the fiercely protective, hippopotamus-headed goddess of childbirth, for a safe delivery of mother and child. But the boisterous joy, the celebratory distribution of extra beer and bread that might accompany a boy's birth could be noticeably toned down. Your value in these initial moments is often perceived in relation to your future role as a wife and mother, rather than for your individual intrinsic potential. It's a heavy cloak of expectation to place on such tiny, fragile shoulders. Your first few years are a whirlwind of sensory input. The warmth of your mother's body, the taste of her milk, the rough texture of the linen swaddling the ever-present sun on your skin when you're taken outdoors. You hear the rhythmic pounding of grain from your courtyard, the calls of vendors in the village street, the soothing lullabies sung in the evening, often invoking protective deities to watch over you through the night. Here's a mainstream historical fact for you. Infant mortality was heartbreakingly high in ancient Egypt. So many precious little ones didn't survive their first year, let alone their first few weeks, due to diseases, infections, and a general lack of what we'd consider basic sanitation or medical care. Because of this grim reality, children often weren't officially named for some time after birth, sometimes not, until they showed clear signs of thriving, perhaps after the first dangerous month had passed. It was a painful, practical measure, a way the heart might try to shield itself just a little from the crushing blow of an early loss. So for a while you might just be the little one, or the gazelle, your identity still fragile, your hold on life tenuous. When you are formally named, your name might reflect a hope, merit, beloved, a quality, neferet, beautiful one, or be in honor of a deity. Perhaps Satya, daughter of the moon god, Ea, or Tasharit, the little girl. The preparations for your life are already underway. Even as you lie, swaddled perhaps in a strip of old, softened linen, gazing up at the thatched roof or the clear desert sky. The conversations around you, the assumptions made all point in one direction. No one is seriously discussing sending you to scribal school to learn the intricate, beautiful hieroglyphs and the cursive hieratic script. That's almost exclusively the domain of boys primarily from wealthier families who could afford the tuition and the years of study. Your education will be of a different, more practical sort, absorbed through observation and direct instruction within the bustling, noisy confines of the home. You'll learn to grind grain on the saddle quern, a back-breaking task from the moment you're strong enough. You'll learn to bake flatbread, to distinguish edible herbs from poisonous ones, to weave flax into linen, to mend clothes, to care for younger siblings when they arrive, to manage a household with scarce resources. These are vital skills, the absolute bedrock of society, but they are also skills that will largely keep you within the private sphere, away from public influence or power. You might see your father or older brothers interacting with officials, making decisions that affect the family's livelihood, perhaps arguing over tax assessments or water rights, while you and your mother are expected to provide the food and drink for these important discussions, seen but not necessarily heard when it comes to the serious business. The message, unspoken but clear, is that their world is external, focused on the community and beyond. Yours is internal, centered on the family unit. It's like getting a lifetime subscription to the behind-the-scenes channel, whether you wanted it or not. Historians still argue whether formal education in literacy or numeracy, beyond the most basic counting for household needs, was ever truly accessible to girls outside the royal family or the very highest echelons of noble and priestly society. While there are rare and tantalizing examples of literate women, a few surviving letters, some funerary stelae that mention a woman's titles, including scribe, perhaps priestesses of certain cults who needed to read hymns, or daughters of particularly learned officials. These seem to be the exceptions that highlight the general rule. For you, the papyrus scroll, with its magical black and red inks, will likely remain a mysterious and revered object, its symbols holding secrets you'll never directly unlock. Your knowledge, your history, your wisdom will be passed down orally, through stories told by the elders, through songs sung during work, and through the ingrained rhythm of daily tasks. Not a bad system for cultural cohesion and practical learning, but it does tether your horizons, doesn't it? You won't be penning any angry letters to the editor about the fluctuating price of fish at the local market, that's for sure. And as you grow from a baby into a small child toddling unsteadily around the courtyard, The protective instincts of your parents are paramount, given the myriad dangers lurking everywhere in the ancient world. Here's a quirky little tidbit for your sleepy brain. Infants and young children were almost universally adorned with protective amulets. You might wear a small, carefully crafted charm around your neck or wrist, perhaps made of faience stone or even gold if your family was prosperous. Popular choices included the powerful Eye of Horus, the Wadjet Eye for health soundness and general protection against malevolent forces, or an image of the dwarf god Bes. Bes, with his grotesque lion-like features, sticking out tongue, and bandy legs might look alarming to us, but he was a much-loved and fiercely benevolent guardian of households, and especially of mothers and children, scaring away evil spirits, venomous snakes, and stinging scorpions. Imagine this little powerful and frankly rather odd-looking dwarf god as your personal supernatural bodyguard. Not exactly a fluffy, cuddly teddy bear from the modern nursery, but probably far more effective against a scorpion with an attitude problem hiding in your sandal. These amulets weren't just quaint decorations. They were considered vital pieces of magical technology in a world where a simple infection, a scorpion sting, or a snake bite could mean a swift and tragic end. The very toys you're given, if any might, also subtly reinforce your expected societal role. While your brothers might play with miniature wooden boats, toy animals, or perhaps even model tools, you might have a crude wooden or clay doll, sometimes with plaited reed hair and movable limbs, or miniature pots, grinding stones, and little baskets. You're rehearsing your future life as a homemaker and mother, even in your imaginative play. It's all part of the gentle, or sometimes not so gentle, nudging towards the path laid out for you from birth. There's a certain societal resignation to it, an acceptance that this is how life is structured by the gods and by Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order. Your brothers will look towards inheriting a share of the land, learning their father's trade, or perhaps entering temple service or the administration. You will look towards marriage, moving to your husband's household, or he to yours in some complex arrangements, though you'd still generally be under his authority, and then replicating the domestic cycle your mother and grandmother lived before you. This isn't to paint a picture of your childhood as entirely devoid of joy or affection. There would undoubtedly be laughter, simple games with other village children down by the irrigation canals, always keeping a wary eye out for crocodiles, of course, because look both ways before crossing the Nile was less about speeding chariots and more about things with very big hungry teeth, colorful religious festivals with music and feasting and the warmth of family affection. But always hovering in the background like the midday haze is the quiet, pervasive knowledge of your ultimate purpose in the eyes of society. It's a silent understanding passed down from mother to daughter that your sphere is the home. Your power is primarily in your ability to manage it effectively and, crucially, to produce children. Your worth is often measured by a different, more domestically focused yardstick than that used for your male siblings. It's a welcome into the world, then, that is tinged with these pragmatic, often uncomfortably restrictive expectations. A dim welcome, perhaps, when compared to the bright, shining path often envisioned for a son, but a welcome nonetheless into a life that, while controlled, is utterly essential for the continuation of your family and your entire civilization. You are deeply needed, even if you're not always celebrated or valued in the way you might truly deserve. This profound sense of being needed for these specific vital roles begins to shape the entire landscape of your young life almost immediately. It's less a gentle suggestion and more of a powerful, steady current channeling you down a well-worn path with very few detours offered or even imaginable for someone in your position. Your childhood, assuming you navigate its many hidden perils, the fevers that burn too bright, the accidents near the cooking fire, or the ever-present water, the childhood illnesses for which there are no effective cures, is typically a swift and guided current, hurrying you towards the interconnected destinies of early marriage, frequent childbirth, and a lifetime of unending household labor. There isn't much room for dreaming of becoming a famous chariot racer or a renowned architect of majestic tombs. Those careers you understand implicitly from the conversations and the subtle cues around you are filed under "not for you, dear." The days of your girlhood, then, are not primarily for idle play, though moments of fun and laughter are snatched when chores allow perhaps chasing dragonflies by the irrigation ditches or telling stories with your friends under the shade of a sycamore tree. They are, in essence, an intensive apprenticeship for the life that awaits a life your mother-grandmother and countless generations of women before them have lived. You are your mother's shadow, her little assistant, her apprentice in the complex art of household management. As soon as you can walk steadily and understand simple instructions, your training begins seamlessly integrated into the fabric of daily existence. You'll start with small tasks, perfectly suited to your growing abilities. Fetching a piece of dried dung for the fire, shooing the ever-present chickens out of the freshly swept dirt floor of your humble home, carefully carrying a small child-sized vessel of water from the communal well or the canal. Being incredibly careful not to spill a drop, as every drop is precious hard-won and often carried over a considerable distance. You'll learn to identify the different types of grain: emmer, wheat, barley, how to sort the good plump kernels from the chaff and the inevitable small stones, how to use the heavy rocking motion of the saddle quern to grind it into flour. This grinding is a task that will occupy countless hours of your life, starting from a young age and continuing well into adulthood, and it will build strong muscles in your back and arms, whether you particularly want them or not. Imagine the rhythmic thump scrape, thump scrape, thump scrape of stone on stone as an almost constant background soundtrack to your early years. It's the ancient world's version of a really persistent, dusty earworm, only with more physical exertion and probably a few complaints from your aching shoulders. You watch your mother, your aunts, the older women of the household as they prepare food, their hands moving with an economy of motion, a practiced grace born from endless repetition. You learn which wild herbs are safe to gather and can soothe a cough or settle an upset stomach, and which ones are dangerous, best left untouched. You learn to knead and shape the dough for the daily bread, the staple of your diet, slapping the flat rounds onto a hot stone or carefully placing them on the inside wall of the communal clay oven, the smell of it baking a comforting daily reassurance that hunger will be kept at bay. You learn to spin flax fibers, painstakingly separated from the plant stalks, into strong, even thread, a task requiring immense patience and nimble fingers, often done while walking or supervising younger children. And then you learn to weave that thread into lengths of linen cloth on a simple upright loom that might be propped against a wall of your house or set up in the shade of the courtyard. The quality of your linen, its fineness, its evenness, will be a quiet mark of your skill and diligence, an important factor when your marriage prospects are being, shall we say, discreetly but thoroughly assessed by the older women of the village, the unofficial arbiters of social standing. Let's be honest, they probably had their own ancient version of a highly critical social media burn book whispered over the grinding stones. Here's a mainstream historical fact that underscores just how quickly this transition from girlhood to womanhood happened. Girls in ancient Egypt typically experienced menarche, the onset of menstruation, around the ages of 12 to 14, which is quite similar to averages in many parts of the world today. However, marriage often followed very soon after this biological marker of maturity, sometimes even being arranged before. The average age for a girl's first marriage, particularly in non-elite families like yours, could be as young as 12 or 13. Though some records and archaeological findings suggest that 14 to 16 was also common. Boys, by contrast, tended to marry a bit later, perhaps in their late teens or early 20s, once they had established their trade or secured their inheritance. So your childhood, as a distinct period of carefree, responsibility-free existence, is remarkably, almost breathtakingly short. 1 minute you're playing with your treasured clay doll by the edge of the canal. The next, you're being measured for your wedding garments and told it's time to prepare for managing your own household, or more likely, joining your husband's. It's a rapid, often overwhelming shift from trainee to fully operational domestic manager and future mother. Beyond the myriad practical skills, your informal education includes a heavy dose of social conditioning. You learn by keenly observing and listening to the women around you, your mother, your grandmother, your aunts, older sisters, if you have them, and the neighboring women with whom you share so much of your daily life. You absorb the stories, the proverbs, the cautionary tales, the accumulated wisdom of generations. You learn what is considered good and proper behavior for a woman in your society, obedience to your father, and later to your husband, modesty in your dress and demeanor, diligence and competence in your extensive work, unwavering loyalty to your family, and above all, fertility. The ability to bear children, especially sons, is paramount. You learn to navigate the complex, often subtle social dynamics of the extended household, and the close-knit village to hold your tongue when necessary, which is often to be diplomatic, to manage precious resources thriftily, and to contribute to the harmony of the collective. These aren't lessons taught in a formal classroom with a stern teacher and a papyrus textbook, but absorbed through the pores in the everyday interactions, the gentle corrections, and the approving nods or disappointed frowns of your elders. A silent woman is a treasure, or her voice is not heard in the street, might be sentiments you hear or variations thereof, subtly reminding you that your opinions, especially if they challenge the established order or male authority, are often best kept to yourself like a hidden amulet. Historians still argue whether the concept of childhood as a distinct, protected, and extended phase of life, a period primarily for learning and play as we cherish it, in many modern societies truly existed in the same way for non-elite girls or boys, for that matter, in ancient Egypt. Or were they viewed more as miniature adults, in training, expected to contribute meaningfully to the household economy from a very young age, with play being a secondary, almost indulgent activity squeezed in between chores? The artistic evidence from tombs and surviving texts certainly suggests that children were loved, cherished, and mourned deeply when lost. Yet the harsh demands of subsistence living in an agrarian society meant that everyone who was physically able had to contribute to the family's survival. There probably wasn't much time for prolonged adolescent angst about finding your true calling when the barley needed harvesting, the linen needed weaving, and a new baby sibling needed tending. Now, about those brief, precious moments of play. Here's a quirky little tidbit for you. While your designated playtime might be limited, the toys you do possess often subtly reinforce your future roles and responsibilities. We mentioned dolls before, and these weren't just for idle cuddling. Some surviving Egyptian dolls, often made of wood clay or bundled reeds, were quite detailed, sometimes with intricately plaited thread for hair-painted facial features and even movable limbs. Girls would play house enacting the adult activities they observed around them every single day, grinding imaginary grain, nursing their babies, and managing their miniature households. They might have other tiny toy versions of household items, little clay pots and pans, small woven baskets, even model ovens or granaries. It's play, yes, imbued with imagination and joy, but it's also practice, a rehearsal for the serious business of womanhood. You might also engage in lively clapping games with complex rhythmic patterns, sing, call, and response songs passed down through generations, or perhaps even huddle with friends over a simple board game like Senet scratched into a flat stone or a piece of wood, though that might be more common if your family had a bit more leisure time and disposable resources. But even in these fleeting moments of youthful respite, the shadow of your impending adult responsibilities is never far away. It's almost as if your entire childhood is an extended hands-on orientation program for a very demanding job you never formally applied for, but are most definitely expected to excel at from day one. The perils of childhood, as mentioned, were starkly real and ever-present. Beyond the major killer diseases like dysentery, smallpox, or severe respiratory infections, everyday life in an ancient village held a multitude of dangers. A fall into an unguarded well or storage pit, a kick from a startled ox or donkey in the crowded village paths, a serious burn from an open cooking fire, or an overturned oil lamp. These were constant threats. Medical knowledge, while possessing some practical elements, was heavily intertwined with magic and appeals to the gods. A broken bone might be skillfully set with splints, but infection could easily follow without antibiotics. A raging fever was a terrifying event often attributed to the wrath of a deity or the influence of malevolent spirits. Simply, surviving to adulthood was a genuine achievement, a testament to resilience, and perhaps a good dose of luck, not something that could ever be taken for granted. Each year that passed, each developmental milestone reached, was a small, precious victory against a harsh and often unforgiving environment. So as you move through these formative, fleeting years, from a curious, toddling girl to one on the very cusp of physical womanhood, you are being steadily and inexorably shaped like clay on a potter's wheel. Your hands become calloused and capable from constant work, your mind filled with the essential lore and intricate skills of managing a home and nurturing a family. The world outside your village, the grand political dramas of the kingdom being played out in distant Thebes or Memphis, the complex theological debates of the powerful priests. These are distant rumbles, like thunder on the far horizon, largely irrelevant to your daily concerns. Your world is immediate, tangible, sensory. The feel of the dough beneath your palms, the weight of the water jar on your head or shoulder, the distinct cry of a hungry baby sibling, the comforting sight of the sun setting over the western desert that signals the end of another long day of labor and the brief welcome respite of night. And all the while, that unchosen path, that swift current, is pulling you relentlessly towards the next significant an often daunting stage, a marriage not of your choosing. And just like that, often before, you've truly had a chance to understand what it means to leave childhood behind, or perhaps even before you've stopped growing taller or fully mastered the nuances of baking bread that doesn't double as a doorstop that next stage arrives. It doesn't politely knock or send an engraved invitation. It tends to barge in, arranged and agreed upon, while you are probably still focused on keeping your younger siblings from wandering too close to the canal. Girls like you were commonly married off at a very young age, sometimes startlingly so by our modern sensibilities. Think early to mid-teens. Your future suddenly and irrevocably tethered to a boy or man you might barely know if you've even met him at all. This isn't about grand romance novels whispered sweet nothings under a moonlit palm tree during the inundation, or a lengthy quest to find your one true soulmate. For most ordinary families, scratching a living from the fertile black earth, your union is often treated as a deeply strategic transaction, a carefully considered practical bargain designed to secure or consolidate property, however modest, to forge or strengthen valuable family ties and alliances within the village, or simply to ensure your own future security and perceived respectability within the accepted social framework. It's a practical matter, an economic and social alliance often more akin to a sensible village-level merger than a hearts and flowers affair you might read about in some fanciful tale. The serious discussions about your marriage likely happen between your father, perhaps your uncles or older brothers, and your future husband, or more commonly, his father. You might overhear snippets of hushed, earnest conversation, fragments of words exchanged between your parents after you've ostensibly gone to your reed mat for the night, the flickering oil lamp casting long shadows on the mud brick walls. There might be talk of fields, a small plot of barley here, access to an irrigation channel there, of livestock, perhaps a cow, or a few more goats, or of a modest dowry, or more accurately bridal gifts. These aren't grand treasures of gold and lapis lazuli, unless you're in a very different story. For you, it's about essential household goods, a few extra lengths of newly woven linen, some sturdy pottery, or perhaps a young goat or a share in a fishing boat. Things that will help establish the new household, or more often integrate you smoothly into an existing larger one. You are the central piece in this intricate negotiation, the silent offering, yet you are rarely, if ever, directly consulted about your own feelings, hopes, or preferences. Your consent is largely assumed, your obedience absolutely expected. Imagine being told, one sunny morning, as you're sifting flour, "Daughter, the revered elders have spoken and arrangements have been made. You are to marry Nacht, son of Ipu, from the next village over. He's a good enough sort, known for his strong back in the fields, and his family has a decent plot of land near the main canal, with good water access. And that's that. No appeals process. Pack your few belongings. Say your tearful farewells to your childhood companions. Your life as you know it is about to change irrevocably. It's a bit like being unexpectedly traded to a new team in the middle of the season. Only the sport is lifelong domesticity, agricultural support, and relentless procreation, and you definitely don't get a say in the draft picks. Your youth is a key factor in these arrangements. Being married young means you are considered more adaptable to the ways of a new household, more likely to be fertile for a longer period, which is crucial for producing heirs and future farmhands. And perhaps, let's be frank, easier to mold to your husband's, and importantly, his family's expectations and routines. There's a certain stark pragmatism to it all, however unsettling it might seem from our distant modern viewpoint. A daughter, once she reaches marriageable age, can also be seen, by some families, as another mouth to feed, without directly contributing to her birth father's lineage or primary household income in the same enduring way a son traditionally would. Marrying you off, therefore, means transferring that responsibility and hopefully forging a beneficial and supportive link with another family in the often precarious network of village life. It's a complex web of social and economic calculations where your individual desires are a very small thread indeed. Here's a mainstream historical fact about these matrimonial arrangements for ordinary Egyptians. Like yourself, marriage wasn't typically marked by a huge, elaborate religious ceremony conducted by priests in a grand temple, nor by stacks of intricate legal documentation meticulously filed with a central authority in the way we might imagine. The core of it, the recognized beginning of the union, was essentially a social agreement between the two families, often sealed when the bride physically moved from her father's house to the groom's house or the house of his father, where they would likely live. This transition might be accompanied by a small, joyful feast or a simple procession with music and friends if the families could afford such an indulgence. While more formal written marriage contracts detailing property rights, inheritance, and even provisions for potential divorce, like the return of the dowry or a fine due, exist in archaeological records, particularly from the later periods of Egyptian history, and more commonly among the literate and wealthier classes. For many common folk, the public act of cohabitation and the community's open recognition was what truly constituted the marriage. The contract might simply be a verbal understanding regarding the nature and value of the gifts exchanged. For instance, your family might provide you with some essential household items, say a new woven sleeping mat, a couple of well-made cooking pots, a headrest, and a nice new linen tunic or two, while his family might gift your father something of value in return, or, more fundamentally, simply demonstrate to your family's satisfaction that they possess the means to support you. These weren't get-rich-quick schemes for the parents. They were practical, earnest contributions aimed at setting up a new family unit or bolstering an existing one for the challenges ahead. As the designated time for your move approaches, you might feel a confusing whirlwind of emotions, a deep-seated apprehension, certainly, about the unknown future that awaits you. Perhaps a tiny hesitant flicker of curiosity about this new life and this new person, and maybe even a profound, aching sense of sadness at leaving the only home, the only familiar faces and routines you've ever known. Your mother, your grandmother, and other female relatives who have trod this path before you might take you aside in the days leading up to your departure. They'll offer earnest advice, some of it deeply practical, like how to manage a smoky cooking fire or store grain to keep the rats out. Some of it, perhaps more, traditional and focused on ensuring harmony, or at least minimizing conflict in your new home. They'll instruct you on how to be a good wife, how to please your husband, whose temperament you likely don't know how to manage your new domestic sphere with diligence, and how to bear the inevitable challenges and hardships of life with fortitude and without complaint. There's probably not much talk about finding personal happiness in the romantic individualistic sense, but more about fulfilling your duties, earning respect, and finding contentment in a well-run home, and most importantly, healthy children. It's about achieving stability and continuity, not necessarily daily emotional fireworks. so no pressure to set off any romantic pyrotechnics on night one with a virtual stranger. Historians still argue quite vigorously whether romantic love as a primary motivator or even a significant consideration played any substantial role in the initial formation of marriages for ordinary, non-elite Egyptians, or if these unions were almost purely pragmatic and transactional, with affection, deep companionship, and perhaps even love, potentially and hopefully developing later after the practicalities of shared life were well underway. While Egyptian love poetry, which has survived from various periods, is often full of intense passion, longing, and declarations of devotion, it's not always clear if this reflects the lived reality of arranged marriages for the common farmer, fisherman, or artisan. It could be an idealized literary genre, perhaps more relevant to the leisured elite who had the time and literacy for such artistic expressions. Or it might be expressing deep feelings that blossomed within an already established marriage, rather than being the cause of it. For you, the prevailing expectation is that mutual respect and a functional working partnership will grow over time. Love, if it blossoms from that soil, is a precious bonus, a welcome and warming ray of sunshine in a life largely built on duty and shared struggle. And what about ensuring that this carefully arranged union has the best possible chance of success, or at least isn't cursed by some unseen malevolence from the start? Here's a quirky tidbit for your sleepy thoughts. While there wasn't a big white wedding ceremony with a 5-tiered wedding cake and a nervous best man, there were certainly important folk beliefs, customs, and symbolic actions associated with marriage. Perhaps on the day you move to your new home, you carefully carry a small, potent amulet specifically for fertility, like a tiny faience figurine of Taweret the hippo goddess, or a string of cowrie shells, or even a potent bee's image. Gifts from your mother or grandmother, tucked securely into your bundle of modest belongings. Or maybe there's a specific ritual cleansing, a symbolic washing of your hands and feet before you are permitted to enter your husband's house, for the first time intended to wash away any ill luck or negative influences from your past or journey. Sometimes the very threshold of the new home was considered a magically significant boundary, and your act of stepping over it, perhaps without stumbling, marked your formal, irrevocable entry into the new family and your new life. Your new mother-in-law, a figure of considerable importance in your future daily existence, might be waiting just inside her expression, unreadable, ready to assess your demeanor, your hopefully modest and respectful gaze, and the quality of your neatly bundled possessions. First impressions, as they say, count for a great deal, even in 1300 BCE. Good luck with that. Absolutely no pressure. The man you marry might be a near stranger, perhaps glimpsed once or twice at a village festival, or someone you've seen around the fields, but never really spoken to beyond a polite nod. He might be kind and considerate. He might be quiet and indifferent. He might be significantly older and already widowed, perhaps, with children from a previous wife who you will now be expected to care for. You have little to no real say in this critical matter. Your family, with your father at its head, has made the decision based on what they collectively believe is best or most expedient for everyone involved, or at least for the long-term stability and prosperity of the two family units. It's an ancient time-honored bargain, this societal exchange of daughters for stability, for alliance, for the crucial continuation of the community. You are a vital link in this enduring human chain, even if in your heart You feel more like a pawn being moved across a game board you didn't design. The weight of expectation settling upon your young shoulders is immense to be a dutiful wife, an efficient and resourceful household manager, and very soon, it is hoped, a mother especially of sons. Your personal dreams or aspirations, if you dared to nurture any that strayed from this clearly defined and unyielding path, are now to be gently but firmly packed away like childhood toys you've decidedly outgrown. The focus now is squarely on the collective, on the needs and rhythms of the new family unit you are now an integral part of. The transition is swift, the demands immediate and unrelenting. You've gone from being your father's daughter to your husband's wife, and the known world in many significant ways has just shrunk to the size of your new home and the myriad responsibilities it contains. And so, you step across that threshold, perhaps, with a silent prayer to any benevolent deity who might be listening, leaving your girlhood behind like a shed snakeskin at the river's edge. Within the walls of this new home, often bustling with your husband's extended family, his parents, unmarried siblings, maybe even other relatives, and under the authority of a man you didn't choose, the true day-to-day, unvarnished nature of matrimony in ancient Egypt begins to reveal itself. For many, if not most ordinary women like you, it was less a partnership of equals freely and joyfully entered into, and much more a set of binding expectations, a social and economic framework designed primarily for survival procreation and the smooth continuation of society. With virtually no say in who became your spouse, you often found marriage to be a deeply binding contract, one where the metaphorical shackles, though perhaps not made of cold iron, were certainly felt in the weight of daily obligations and limited personal freedom. The ink on this largely unwritten contract was tradition-pervasive societal pressure and stark economic necessity. Your days quickly fall into a new, often relentless rhythm, dictated by the needs of your husband and his household. If he's a farmer, as many men were, your labor is an essential extension of his. You're expected to help in the fields during the demanding periods of planting and harvest if needed, especially if the family is small, alongside tending whatever livestock they might possess, processing the harvested crops, and of course, performing all your other unending domestic duties. If he's a craftsman, a potter, a carpenter, a mat weaver, you're supporting his work in myriad ways, perhaps by running errands, to fetch materials, preparing his meals, to take to the workshop or market stall, and maintaining the home environment that allows him to practice his specialized trade. Your life is now inextricably interwoven with your fortunes and misfortunes tied together like two reeds in a tightly woven basket. While there was, as we touched upon earlier, a surprising degree of legal personhood. For women on papyrus scrolls, the social reality within the confines of the household often tilted heavily and sometimes crushingly towards male authority. Your husband is unequivocally the head of this new family unit. His word is generally law, his decisions final. Disobedience, perceived laziness, or even a failure to produce children, especially sons, could bring harsh words, disapproval, from his ever-watchful family, or in some unfortunate cases, even physical chastisement, though the precise extent of domestic abuse for ordinary folk is incredibly hard to gauge from the historical records we have. It's a far cry from an equal partnership where you co-create your shared destiny. You're more like a crucial but ultimately subordinate member of his team. And let's not forget your mother-in-law. She, too, can be an immensely powerful figure, especially if you live under her roof, shaping your daily life with her expectations and criticisms. Keeping her happy might quickly become one of your primary, unspoken objectives, sort of like the final boss in the settling into marriage video game. And pleasing her is definitely a side quest you don't want to fail if you value a peaceful existence. Now, what if this arrangement, this life shared with a near stranger, or even with someone you discover you actively dislike, becomes unbearable? What if your husband is consistently cruel, or wastefully neglectful, or simply someone with whom you find you cannot build even a semblance of a peaceful cooperative life? This is where those matrimonial shackles could feel particularly tight and unforgiving. Escape through divorce, while legally possible for women in ancient Egypt, was often rare in practice for the ordinary non-elite woman, and could be heavily, if not cripplingly, stigmatized. It wasn't a simple case of saying, "I'm not happy, I'm leaving, and I'm taking the good cooking pot with me," not without facing potentially significant social and economic consequences. Here's a mainstream historical fact that sheds more light on this complex issue. While ancient Egyptian law, to its credit, did allow for divorce initiated by either party, unlike in some other ancient Mediterranean societies, the process and the social fallout could be vastly different depending on whether you were the husband or the wife. A man could often divorce his wife with a relatively simple public declaration, something along the lines of, "I have divorced you as wife," or "she is no longer my wife," perhaps stated in front of witnesses from the community. He might be required to return her original dowry, if one was clearly defined and given at the start of the marriage, or pay a type of severance payment or fine, especially if he was deemed to be at fault, or if such provisions were stipulated in a formal marriage contract, which again were more common for the literate and wealthier segments of society. For you as a woman seeking to divorce your husband, the path was often much more arduous and uncertain. You typically needed to state your compelling reasons before a council of village elders or a local adjudicating body known as a kenbet. Acceptable grounds might include proving his cruelty, consistent adultery on his part, though a husband's extramarital affairs were often tolerated far more readily than a wife's, or a clear failure to provide for you and your children with food, clothing, and shelter, which was a core marital duty for him. Even if you had valid grounds, you'd almost certainly need the active support and backing of your own male relatives, your father or brothers primarily, to effectively pursue the case, navigate the social complexities, and protect your interests, including the return of any property you brought into the marriage. And successfully divorcing him, even if legally sanctioned, didn't guarantee an easy or secure future. Where would you go? Back to your father's already crowded house, potentially seen as a burden or a failed woman. Remarriage might be possible, but a divorced woman could be viewed with suspicion or seen as less desirable, her reputation perhaps tarnished. It was a huge, risky gamble, a step likely taken only in the most dire and desperate circumstances. The societal pressure to endure to maintain the marriage for the sake of family stability, children, and public reputation was immense. What will people say was probably as potent a deterrent to seeking freedom then as it can be today in many tightly knit communities. Successfully navigating a divorce as a woman often felt like betting your entire meager granary on a three-legged donkey winning the next village race. Possible, but highly improbable and very risky. So, you endure. You find ways to cope, to adapt, to carve out small spaces of autonomy or moments of peace within the often rigid confines of your prescribed role. Perhaps you excel at your weaving your fine linen, gaining a reputation in the village, giving you a small measure of personal pride, and maybe even a tiny bit of economic leverage if you can trade a surplus piece for something you need or desire. Maybe you find solace and strength in the company of other women, your sisters-in-law, if they're friendly, your neighbors. Sharing burdens, advice, and precious laughter during communal tasks like washing clothes by the riverbank or grinding grain together in the courtyard. These female networks were vital, often unacknowledged support systems. Historians still argue, and likely always will, whether the often serene, affectionate, and harmonious portrayals of husband and wife and happy, well-ordered family life that are frequently seen in ancient Egyptian tomb paintings and statuary, especially among the elite, accurately reflected the emotional reality for most ordinary couples. Or were these highly idealized images a form of aspirational propaganda designed to project an image of domestic bliss, social stability, and adherence to Ma'at cosmic order and justice for the deceased's perilous journey into the afterlife and their eternal existence there? Were those loving gazes, gentle handholds, and shared offerings depicted on tomb walls a true reflection of daily life, or just what you desperately hoped the gods and your ancestors would see and reward? For many, the day-to-day reality was likely a complex, mixed bag, moments of genuine tenderness and companionship. Yes, but also, undoubtedly, friction, unspoken resentments, misunderstandings, and the sheer, unglamorous daily grind of coexisting with someone you didn't choose under conditions you couldn't easily change. And in those moments of quiet desperation or simmering frustration, when your husband is particularly grumpy because the beer ration from his employer was inexplicably cut, or your mother-in-law has found fault with the consistency of your bread for the 5th time this week, what's a woman in your position to do? You can't exactly book a therapy session, join a support group, or go on a weekend retreat. This is where a quirky and perhaps slightly fringe tidbit comes into play. Like people everywhere, and in all times when faced with intractable problems, ancient Egyptians often turned to the power of Heka magic for help in matters of the heart and home. While direct, irrefutable evidence for specific spells used by ordinary non-literate women to say, make their husbands kinder or more attentive, is somewhat elusive for the earliest periods or the lower rungs of society. The general belief in the efficacy of Heka was pervasive, woven into the very fabric of daily life. It is highly probable that women secretly recited specific time-honored incantations learned from an older female relative or a village-wise woman. Perhaps they wore hidden amulets imbued with magical properties intended to promote marital harmony, to sweeten a husband's disposition, or to protect themselves from ill treatment or unjust accusations. Maybe you discreetly leave a particular offering, a bit of incense, a special type of bread, to a household deity like Taweret or Bes, not just for childbirth, but for domestic peace and protection, hoping they'd put in a good word upstairs with the more powerful gods, or at least subtly influence your husband into being a bit nicer and less prone to shouting. It's the ancient equivalent of discreetly changing the Wi-Fi password or hiding the remote control until he agrees to help with the chores. Subtle, often unseen, but hopefully effective in its own way. The days turn into weeks, the weeks into months, and the months into years, each marked by the cycle of the Nile and the agricultural seasons. The patterns of your married life become deeply, almost irrevocably ingrained. You learn your husband's moods, his preferences, his silences, just as he perhaps learns yours. You manage the household with increasing skill, stretch the meager resources, care for the children who inevitably arrive, bringing their own joys and anxieties. There might be companionship that develops a shared history built over countless shared sunrises and sunsets, even a quiet, comfortable affection that grows in the spaces between the hardships. But the fundamental structure, the lack of initial choice, the pervasive societal expectation that you will remain, endure, and fulfill your designated role. These are the invisible, often heavy shackles of your matrimony. Your life is not entirely your own. It's a shared project, certainly, but one where your husband generally holds the architectural plans and usually all the important tools. Your contribution is absolutely essential, your labor unending and largely uncredited, but your power to change the fundamental terms of the original contract is minimal, if not non-existent. You are bound not just to a man, but to a system, a way of life that has been laid down for generations of women before you, and will in all likelihood be the path for generations of women to come after you. It's a profound testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and quiet strength of these ordinary ancient Egyptian women that they found ways to not just survive within these constraints, but to create homes, raise families, and be the very fabric that held their vibrant and enduring society together. And this quiet, often unsung resilience you possess is tested daily, not usually by grand heroic struggles against mythical beasts or by facing down invading armies with a well-aimed bread loaf, but by the relentless, subtle, yet immensely powerful pressure of tradition. This weight of tradition permeates every facet of your daily married life, shaping how you navigate the often complex household dynamics and fulfill your extensive wifely duties, all under the constant, unblinking shadow of societal expectation. It's a silent but incredibly effective taskmaster, one that has been ingrained in you since childhood, dictating your movements, your speech, your priorities, and even to some extent, your innermost thoughts and aspirations. Your day as a married woman in an ordinary Egyptian household begins before the sun even considers painting the eastern sky with its first tentative blush of dawn. You're up, perhaps gently stirring your husband awake if he has early duties in the field at his potter's wheel or on a fishing boat, then immediately onto your own formidable list of tasks. The embers in the hearth need to be coaxed back to life, or a new fire kindled with dried dung or precious wood. Grain carefully stored from the last harvest needs to be ground for the morning meal. That same rhythmic thump scrape we've heard before, a sound as constant in your world as the gentle lapping of the Nile's waters against the banks. Fresh water needs to be fetched from the communal well, a nearby canal, or the river itself, a journey you might make in the cool pre-dawn air with other women from your household or village. This is often a brief, cherished chance for hushed conversation, shared news, perhaps a quiet complaint, or a supportive word before the full demands of the day descend and isolate you within your own sphere of work. You then prepare the morning meal, simple, nourishing flatbread, perhaps some reconstituted dried dates, or figs, if they are in season, and available, a little soured milk, or a thin beer, which was a staple, providing calories and hydration. It's essential fuel for a day of hard labor for everyone in your care. The complex household dynamics are a constant, delicate negotiation, a social dance you must learn the steps to very quickly if you wish for any peace. If you live in an extended household, which was a common arrangement, You're not just a wife to your husband. You're a daughter-in-law, a sister-in-law to his siblings, an aunt to their children, and a subordinate to the senior members of his family. Your relationship with your mother-in-law, the senior woman of the house, is particularly crucial and often fraught with unspoken tensions. She's likely the one who initially trains you further in the specific ways and preferences of this particular household, scrutinizing your every move. Your cooking techniques, the thoroughness of your cleaning, the fineness of your weaving. Gaining her approval, or at least achieving a state of peaceful, respectful coexistence, is vital for your daily well-being. She can, through her influence with her son and her position in the household hierarchy, make your life a relative haven or a daily torment, a bit like having a live-in, highly critical quality control inspector for your entire existence, whose standards are never quite written down, but always keenly felt. While polygyny, a husband having more than one wife, was permissible by Egyptian law and custom, and did occur, especially among the wealthier echelons of society, who could afford to support multiple wives and their respective children, it was generally less common for ordinary farmers or artisans due to economic constraints. If, however, it did happen in your sphere, perhaps due to a first wife's infertility, a devastating circumstance for a woman, or through inheritance customs, then navigating the intricate relationships with a co-wife or co-wives, sharing limited household resources, dividing duties, and managing the potential for jealousies and rivalries among the women and their children would add another layer of immense complexity and potential friction to your already demanding life. It's like your domestic life suddenly got a downloadable content pack no one asked for, featuring competitive housekeeping, resource allocation squabbles, and shared husband aggro. Your wifely duties, as prescribed by this weighty tradition, extend far beyond the relentless physical labor of cooking, cleaning, grinding, fetching water, and weaving, as utterly demanding as those tasks are. There's the significant, often invisible emotional labor. You are expected to maintain a semblance of harmony within the household, to mediate squabbles between children yours, and perhaps those of other relatives, to soothe your husband's temper after a hard day, a poor catch, or a dispute with a neighbor. You are often expected to be the calm, uncomplaining center, the one who absorbs tensions and smooths ruffled feathers. You're also implicitly responsible for upholding the family's honor and reputation within the village through your modest demeanor, your careful speech, your hospitality, however humble your offerings might be, and very importantly, the good behavior and proper upbringing of your children. If your child is caught stealing a handful of dates from a neighbor's drying mat, it's your supervision and moral instruction that will be whispered about and found wanting by the other village women. It's a heavy load of responsibility, often without the corresponding authority to make significant decisions independently or to challenge the status quo. And always hovering like the midday sun, there's that inescapable shadow of societal expectation. What does society, embodied by your sharp-eyed neighbors, your husband's relatives, the village elders whose pronouncements carry great weight, even the gods as interpreted by local priests or wise women, expect of a good wife in your position? She is above all industrious, rising early and working late, never idle. She is fertile, bearing children, especially sons, to continue her husband's lineage, assist with labor, and provide for their parents in old age. She is obedient and respectful to her husband, and critically to his family, especially his mother. She is modest in her dress and comportment, not gossiping excessively. though she must remain aware of village news, not laughing too loudly in public, nor drawing undue attention to herself. She manages her household resources frugally and skillfully, ensuring nothing is wasted, that food stores last, and that the family is adequately clothed. She is pious, maintaining the small household shrine with regular, if modest, offerings of food, drink, or incense to the family's chosen protective deities and revered ancestors. These multifaceted expectations are not usually written down in a formal code of conduct that you can study. They are woven into the fabric of life, into the stories you hear from childhood, the proverbs quoted by elders, the subtle and sometimes not so subtle corrections and criticisms you receive if you deviate. It's a pervasive atmosphere, and stepping outside these invisible yet powerful lines can lead to sharp criticism, social ostracism for you and your family, or even more severe consequences for your standing and your family's overall reputation in the community. Here's a mainstream historical fact related to your domestic domain upon marriage and becoming the female head of your own nuclear part of a household. Even if that household is situated within a larger extended family compound, you would likely earn the respected title Nebbet Per. This translates literally to Mistress of the House or Lady of the House. This title appears frequently in inscriptions on funerary stelae, even for non-royal women, and in various documents. It clearly signified your managerial role over the domestic sphere, the household's provisions, the stores of food and drink, the linen chests, the household goods, the supervision of servants, if there were any, which was unlikely for the poorest families, but possible for moderately successful artisans or lower-level officials, and very importantly, the primary care and moral upbringing of young children. It sounds quite grand, doesn't it? Nebbet Per. It certainly has a certain ring of authority and importance. However, historians still argue with considerable debate whether the title Nebbet Per endowed women with genuine autonomous domestic authority and decision-making power, or if it was largely a functional title that, while acknowledging her crucial importance in managing the day-to-day operations of the household, still masked her ultimate subordination to her husband, the Neb Per, or Master of the House. Did you truly call the shots within the four walls of your home when it came to significant matters? Or were you more like a highly responsible and incredibly hard-working chief operating officer, tasked with implementing the strategic decisions and overall policies made by the CEO, your husband? The reality was likely a complex spectrum, varying greatly depending on individual personalities, both yours and your husband's, the economic status and stability of the family local village customs, and the strength of your relationships with your in-laws. Some mistresses of the house undoubtedly wielded considerable informal influence and de facto power through their competence, intelligence, and force of character, while others may have found the title offered little real leverage against a domineering husband or intrusive critical in-laws. Tradition dictates so much of your existence. It dictates how you dress, typically simple, practical linen shifts or kilts designed for work, and the pervasive heat, perhaps a slightly finer bleached one carefully stored for festivals or important social occasions. It dictates how you wear your hair, often plaited intricately, or cut in a simple, manageable bob, perhaps covered with a scarf or headcloth when working outside or in public. It dictates the types of food you eat, the methods of preparation, and even the order in which family members might be served. It even influences how you are expected to express joy or more commonly sorrow and grief. Here's a quirky little tidbit for you. A piece of ancient wisdom that might have been passed down from mother to daughter, or perhaps overheard from male discourse. One surviving piece of Egyptian wisdom literature, the Instructions of Eni, dating to the New Kingdom, advises a young man, do not control your wife in her house when you know she is efficient. Do not say to her, where is it get it, when she has put it in the right place. Let your eye watch while you are silent, that you may recognize her skill. While this advice is addressed to a man, it implies a societal acknowledgement, at least ideally, among the educated of a wife's competence and designated authority within her domestic sphere. It also subtly hints that a wise husband wouldn't excessively meddle or undermine her. A good wife, by implication, was one who was so demonstrably efficient and organized that she didn't need to be constantly supervised or corrected. Of course, this was easier said than done when your husband, perhaps after a long day and too much cheap beer, suddenly thinks he knows the right place for everything, even if it's demonstrably illogical or inconvenient. One can easily imagine a Nebbit pair muttering under her breath after her husband has helpfully reorganized the storage pots. Yes, dear, the right place for the lentils is not next to the scorpion trap, and the baby's clean linen does not belong under the leaky part of the roof. Thank you so much for your invaluable input. The cumulative weight of these all-encompassing traditions means your path is largely predetermined, your individual choices severely limited. You don't typically decide if you want children, or how many, or when. That's largely expected by your husband, his family, and society at large. It's your primary function. You don't usually decide on a career or vocation outside the home unless it's a natural extension of domestic skills, like weaving surplus linen for others, selling produce in the local market, skilled midwifery, or becoming a professional mourner at funerals. Roles that are still deeply embedded in and often confined to the female sphere. Every religious festival, every family gathering, every significant social interaction is guided by these ancient, unwritten rules of conduct and propriety. For some, this traditional framework might have provided a sense of comfort, order, and predictability in a harsh and uncertain world. For others, perhaps those with a more independent spirit or unfulfilled aspirations, it could feel deeply constricting, a gilded or more likely mud brick cage woven from centuries of unwavering expectation. You are an absolutely crucial cog in this well-oiled, complex machine of society. But cogs, by their very nature, are designed to follow a set path to turn in a predetermined way. Your individual desires, your unique talents, unless they perfectly fit the prescribed mold for a wife and mother, often have to be quietly sublimated, set aside for the perceived good of the collective, for the adherence to that divine principle of order, truth, and justice that everyone from the mighty Pharaoh down to the humblest peasant was expected to uphold. And you, as mistress of the house, are viewed as a key guardian of Ma'at within your own small, yet vitally important domestic world. And guarding Ma'at in your small world, maintaining that crucial cosmic and domestic order, translated not into hours of quiet contemplation or serene meditation for you, the Nebbit Per, the mistress of the house. Oh no. Such luxuries were for a different class, a different reality. For you, upholding order, translated directly into an almost unending procession of demanding physical tasks, a true dawn to dusk drudgery that formed the very bedrock of your family's existence, and by extension, the largely unseen, uncelebrated foundation upon which the entire magnificent gilded society of ancient Egypt was built. Your days weren't measured in leisurely hours or minutes, but in a relentless, repetitive cycle of essential chores, each one leading seamlessly and often utterly exhaustingly into the next. There was no concept of quitting time at 5 o'clock, no weekends off for good behavior, no paid vacation days with trips to an oasis resort if you were an ordinary woman in pharaonic Egypt. Your work was as constant as the sun's daily journey across the sky. Let's try to pull you deeper into the heart of this daily grind, beyond the mere listing of tasks. We've touched on some of it before, but now let's feel the persistent strain in your muscles, the ingrained grit under your fingernails, the weariness that settles into your bones by day's end. The cooking alone, the most fundamental act of nurture, was a daily marathon, not a sprint. It starts with the grain, the emmer wheat or hardy barley, which you almost certainly have to grind. Here's a mainstream historical fact that really grounds this laborious reality for millennia. Most ordinary Egyptian households used a device called a saddle quern for this essential task. This wasn't some quaint, charmingly rustic kitchen gadget. It was a slightly concave lower millstone, often made of hard basalt or granite, and a smaller loaf-shaped upper rubbing stone. You'd have to kneel often for hours each day, rocking and pushing the upper stone back and forth across the grain, crushing the kernels into coarse flour. It was genuinely back-breaking, knee-straining, shoulder-aching work, and the skeletal remains of ancient Egyptian women from commoner burials often show characteristic arthritic wear patterns on their knees, lower vertebrae, ankles, and even their toes from this specific posture and the intense, repetitive physical motion. So while your husband might be out plowing a field with a team of oxen, if he's fortunate enough to own or have access to them, you're engaged in your own significant feat of daily strength, producing the literal daily bread that sustains everyone. And that hard-won flour, despite your best efforts at sifting, often contained tiny bits of stone from the quern itself, and unavoidable wind-blown sand from the desert environment, meaning everyone's teeth, from childhood onwards, gradually wore down. Ancient Egyptian dental bills would have been truly astronomical if specialized dentists and official currency, as we understand it, were commonplace things for your average villager. Once you have your precious gritty flour, it's time to make bread, the absolute staple of the Egyptian diet consumed at almost every meal. You'd mix the flour with water, perhaps some sourdough starter, carefully saved and nurtured from the previous day's batch, a living culinary tradition kneaded with strong hands, and then shape it into simple flat rounds, small conical loaves, or other functional forms. Baking might be done on a hot flat stone, placed in the embers of the fire directly in the ashes, or within a simple beehive-shaped clay oven, which might be shared with other families in your courtyard or communal living space. And let's not forget beer. Beer wasn't just a recreational beverage for festivals and celebrations. For most Egyptians, it was a primary source of calories, essential B vitamins, and crucially, relatively safe hydration, often safer than potentially contaminated surface water from canals or even the Nile itself. You, or the women of your household, were very often the brewers transforming surplus bread dates or specially prepared malted grain into this life-sustaining liquid through a complex and time-consuming process involving mashing, heating, straining through reed sieves, and careful fermentation in large pottery vats. If your beer went sour due to a stray wild yeast or the bread didn't rise properly because the starter was weak. It wasn't just a minor culinary mishap or a cause for a bad review on an ancient foodie blog. It was a serious blow to the household's food security and morale. No pressure, though just the entire family's basic sustenance relying heavily on your consistent skills and attention to detail. Then, there's the never-ending task of cleaning. Forget your modern vacuum cleaners, disinfecting wipes, and pleasantly scented spray polishes. Your home is likely constructed of sun-dried mud brick with a packed earth floor, perhaps covered with reed mats. Cleaning for you means constant vigorous sweeping with a rough broom made of bundled twigs, palm fibers, or reeds to combat the ever-present insidious dust and sand that blows in from the surrounding desert and settles on every single surface. It means scrubbing soot-blackened cooking pots with abrasive sand and precious water until your knuckles are raw, trying to remove the stubborn, caked-on remnants of yesterday's lentil stew or fish porridge. It means waging a constant, often losing battle against insects and various unwelcome household vermin. Mice, rats, cockroaches, ants, and the occasional truly alarming scorpion or snake-seeking shade or a misplaced crumb. Your family's linen clothing and any bedding needed to be washed regularly, a massively laborious task usually done at the riverbank or a nearby canal. This involved hauling the soiled items to the water's edge, then beating the fabric against smooth stones, scrubbing it with natron if available, rinsing it in the often muddy and crocodile-patrolled water, and then laboriously wringing it out and laying it on nearby bushes or flat rocks to bleach and dry in the fierce Egyptian sun. Imagine doing laundry for a family of 5 or 6 without the benefit of a washing machine running hot water, or even a bar of soap, just good old-fashioned elbow grease, a strong back, and perhaps a nervous prayer that a hungry crocodile doesn't take a fancy to your husband's best tunic, or worse, your leg. And of course, the critical task of weaving. After the incredibly labor-intensive agricultural process of growing flax harvesting, retting it, a smelly process of soaking the stalks in water to begin separating the valuable fibers from the woody core, scutching it, beating it to remove the outer straw, and then painstakingly spinning the fine, strong flax fibers into usable thread, a task you often did almost constantly, with a small weighted spindle whirl in hand, even while walking. Supervising children or gossiping with neighbors came the actual weaving itself. Most domestic weaving in ancient Egypt was done on a simple but effective vertical loom, often propped against a wall of your dwelling. You would stand or sit for hours meticulously passing the shuttle, holding the weft thread back and forth between the taut warp threads, beating each new line of thread down tightly with a weaving comb to create the linen cloth. This cloth was absolutely essential for clothing, for all members of society, for bedding, for sails, for boats, for mummy wrappings, for the deceased, virtually everything that required fabric. Producing a good quality piece of linen, strong and evenly woven, was a significant and valuable contribution, a clear testament to your skill, patience, and diligence. It wasn't a relaxing hobby to pass the time. It was a vital economic contribution to your household survival and well-being, even if it didn't come with a formal paycheck or public accolades. Beyond these big 3 pillars of domestic toil, cooking, cleaning, and weaving, the list of your daily and seasonal chores goes on and on. Fetching water, as mentioned, was a daily necessity, often from a considerable distance, requiring you to carry heavy pottery jars on your head or shoulder. A remarkable skill in itself, requiring excellent balance, a strong neck, and core strength. Gathering fuel for the cooking fire was another constant concern, especially in areas where wood was scarce due to deforestation or desert climate. This often meant collecting dried animal dung, a surprisingly efficient fuel source gathering fallen reeds or papyrus stalks, or collecting scrub brush from the desert fringes, anything that would burn and provide heat for cooking. You'd also be heavily involved in various forms of food preservation, crucial for surviving lean periods or the time between harvests. This included drying fish or meat in the hot sun. If your family was lucky enough to have a surplus salting or pickling vegetables in brine, carefully storing grains and pulses in sealed clay pots or mud-lined pits to protect them from moisture insects and rodents. And childcare, as we will explore in more detail, was not a separate cordoned-off activity with designated childcare hours. It was woven seamlessly and constantly through all of these other demanding tasks. This relentless, unceasing cycle of work, from the moment the first faint light of dawn appeared until you finally collapsed onto your reed mat at night, was the unseen, unglamorous engine that powered the whole of Egyptian society. The grand temples with their towering pylons, the powerful pharaohs bedecked in gold, the vast armies marching to distant lands, the meticulous scribes recording every detail of the kingdom's affairs. None of them could function for a single day without the food, clothing, beer, and well-ordered households that were your primary responsibility to produce and maintain. Yet this foundational, utterly essential labor was largely uncelebrated in the grand narratives often taken for granted by those who benefited from it. It was simply women's work, an expected and therefore unremarkable part of the natural order of things. Historians still argue about the degree to which the numerous tomb depictions of women engaged in these various domestic tasks, endlessly baking bread, brewing beer, spinning thread, weaving linen, were accurate, unvarnished representations of daily life for all social classes, or if they were somewhat stylized, perhaps even idealized or symbolic. Were these scenes intended to magically provide for the deceased in the afterlife by perpetually showing these essential activities being performed on their behalf? Or did they also reflect a genuine, if perhaps tidied up, and more orderly version of mundane reality for many? For the wealthier households, of course a retinue of servants, both male and female, would have performed many of the most grueling and repetitive tasks. But for the vast majority of the population, for women like you, the Nebbit pair herself, along with her daughters, was the primary worker, the one whose hands were never still. Now, for a quirky little tidbit related to all this cleaning and preserving when it came to getting things clean, ancient Egyptians were remarkably resourceful, even without brand-name detergents. While soap, as we know it, wasn't commonly used until much later periods, they did make extensive use of natron, a naturally occurring mixture of sodium, carbonate decahydrate washing soda, and sodium bicarbonate baking soda, often with traces of sodium chloride and sodium sulfate. This versatile mineral was harvested from several dry lake beds in Egypt, most famously from the Wadi El Natrun, northwest of Cairo, a place that still produces it today. Natron was a fantastic all-purpose cleanser and desiccant. It could be used for laundering linen. It was a powerful degreaser and bleach when combined with sun exposure for scouring greasy pots and pans, and even for personal hygiene when finely ground and perhaps mixed with oil or fragrant herbs to make a sort of cleansing paste for the skin and teeth. And most famously, natron was the primary agent used by embalmers for drying out bodies during the complex 70-day mummification process. So yes, The very same substance that helped preserve your great uncle Akhemta for his journey into eternity might also be the same stuff you're using to scrub last night's fish stew off your family's dinner plates. Talk about a truly multi-purpose product. Just hopefully, you didn't get the two specific applications mixed up in the household stores. Honey, have you seen the good Natron? I need to do the laundry. And then old Peppy, in the next room, needs his final 40-day drying cycle. The sheer, unremitting physicality of your existence is hard to overstate from our modern perspective, cushioned by so many conveniences. There are no labor-saving electrical devices, no instant meals, no quick takeaways from the local chariot through when you're too tired to cook. Everything is done by hand, powered by your own muscle sweat and unwavering endurance. Your hands would be rough calloused, perhaps with nails permanently ingrained with dirt despite your best efforts. Your back would likely be perpetually aching, your energy reserves constantly depleted by the end of each long day, only to be partially refilled by a night's often restless sleep on a hard mat before it all begins again at sunrise. This wasn't a life of quiet scholarly contemplation beside the tranquil Nile that you see in some romanticized paintings. It was a life of constant motion, of sweat of persistence, and an intimate ongoing battle against dirt, hunger, decay, and the general forces of entropy that seek to unravel any ordered household. And through it all, you were expected to maintain a relatively cheerful and uncomplaining demeanor, manage the household efficiently, and keep everyone else fed, clothed, healthy, and reasonably cared for. It was, in every sense of the word, a monumental, if largely invisible, and unthanked daily effort. And woven into this already dense tapestry of relentless physical effort, like strong, almost invisible threads, were two more essential strands of your daily existence. These were equally demanding of your time, your energy, and your emotional reserves, and just as crucial for your family's immediate survival and long-term well-being. Yet these threads were often even less recognized as actual work in the societal sense, falling instead under the broad, often dismissive umbrella of natural or expected female duties. These were the constant, all-consuming care of your children from their perilous birth through their vulnerable early years and the meticulous, often unseen maintenance of your household's spiritual health and harmony through daily religious offerings and protective rituals. These multifaceted tasks consumed countless unrecognized hours, adding another profound layer of responsibility and often anxiety to your already heavily burdened shoulders. Let's start with your children, the little beings who both defined your status and demanded your unceasing attention. In a society with no truly reliable or widely available methods of contraception, and where children, especially sons, were seen as a vital economic asset for the family's future, essential for agricultural labor, and crucial for ensuring one's proper burial and continued mortuary cult in the afterlife, which was a very big deal. Indeed, you would likely spend a significant portion of your adult life either pregnant or nursing an infant. Childbirth itself, as we will delve into more deeply in a later part of our journey, was a perilous, life-threatening gamble each and every time. But assuming by the grace of the gods and your own resilience that you and your baby survived that ordeal, the real work had only just begun. For the first few years of a child's life, you are their entire world, their primary, if not sole, source of sustenance, comfort, and security. You'd nurse your babies on demand often, for 2 to 3 years, a common practice in many ancient cultures. You would carry them swaddled snugly on your hip or back, often using a simple sling of linen as you went about your myriad other chores. There were no convenient disposable diapers, no lightweight foldable strollers, no secure playpens or government-subsidized daycare centers. Your infant was quite literally attached to you, their needs, for food, for comfort, for a clean wrap, constantly interrupting your grinding of grain, your weaving of linen, your stirring of the cooking pot. Imagine trying to knead a large batch of dough or carefully stoke a smoky fire with a fussy, teething baby tied to your back, their little hands inquisitively grabbing at your hair or anything within reach. It requires a level of intense fragmented multitasking that would make a modern-day CEO with 3 overflowing inboxes weep with empathetic exhaustion. As your babies grow into curious, mobile toddlers, your vigilance has to be constant, your senses on high alert. Your home, the mud brick dwelling, the open courtyard, and the village around it are fraught with potential dangers for a curious, unsteady little one with no developed sense of peril. Think of open fires for cooking deep wells or irrigation canals with steep banks, sharp farming tools left lying about potentially dangerous animals from venomous scorpions and snakes that might lurk in cool, dark corners of the house to the ever-present threat of crocodiles by the river if your village is situated close to its banks. You're constantly watching, redirecting, teaching them the basic rules of survival in a harsh and unforgiving environment through repetition and stern warnings. No little Mose, don't poke the sleeping cobra in the woodpile with that stick, or Maritatin, stay away from the edge of the canal, would be perfectly reasonable if utterly terrifying for you daily admonitions. You are their first and most important teacher, instilling in them the basic social norms of your community, the names and characters of the important gods and goddesses, the inherent fear of obvious dangers, and the crucial respect for elders and established authority. This early foundational upbringing, this shaping of the next generation's character and worldview, fell squarely and almost exclusively on your shoulders. It was a task of immense societal importance, performed without access to parenting manuals, online forums, or professional support groups, relying instead on the inherited wisdom passed down from your own mother, your grandmother, and the supportive community of women around you. And all this was done under the constant looming shadow of appallingly high rates of infant and child mortality from diseases like dysentery, measles, pneumonia, or various fevers for which there was no effective cure. Every unexpected fever, every persistent cough, every alarming rash on a tiny body would send a cold spike of anxiety through your heart. Keeping your children alive, fed, and reasonably healthy through these vulnerable early years was a monumental, emotionally draining achievement in itself, one often punctuated by heartbreaking loss. Then there's the equally vital, though perhaps quieter spiritual dimension of your daily life, the maintaining of household religious offerings and the performance of small protective rituals. While the grand state temples with their towering statues, complex theological pronouncements, and elaborate daily rituals, conducted by an almost exclusively male priesthood, were largely the domain of the pharaoh and the elite. The everyday piety that kept the average family connected to the divine, in tune with Ma'at, and protected from the myriad malevolent forces believed to inhabit the world, was very often your personal responsibility. Here's a mainstream historical fact to illustrate this: most Egyptian homes, even relatively humble ones, would have had a small shrine or a designated sacred space. This might be a simple niche hollowed into a wall, a small raised mud brick platform in a corner of the main room or courtyard, or just a clean, respected spot where images, amulets, or symbols of protective household deities and revered ancestors were kept and honored. Popular household gods whose presence you would actively cultivate included the grotesque but fiercely benevolent dwarf god, Bez, a powerful guardian who protected against evil spirits, snakes, nightmares, and all sorts of nasty unseen things, and the formidable Taweret, the pregnant hippopotamus goddess, a fierce and devoted protectress of mothers and children, especially during the perils of childbirth and throughout infancy. Renunutet, often depicted as a cobra, or a woman with a cobra's head, was the vital goddess of the harvest of nourishment, and specifically of the suckling of children. So you definitely want to keep her happy and well disposed towards your family and your food stores. Alongside these deities, ancestor veneration was absolutely crucial. Small, often crude pottery busts, or stone stelae representing deceased family members, the blessed axe, or effective ancestors, were common. These spirits were not seen as distant or irrelevant. They were believed to still play an active role in the family's fortunes, capable of offering help and blessings if contented, or causing trouble and misfortune if neglected or angered. Your daily or regular rituals at this humble household shrine would be simple but deeply meaningful and considered essential. You might offer a small portion of the freshest bread from the morning's baking, a respectful libation of cool water or beer, a pinch of fragrant incense, if your family could afford such a luxury, or a few freshly picked wildflowers or reeds. As you made these offerings, you would speak your prayers, your hopes, your fears, your anxieties directly to these divine and ancestral presences who shared your living space. O great, best steadfast protector, please keep my children safe from the scorpion's sting and the fever's fire today. Or, beloved grandmother Nibetawi, may your blessed spirit ensure our meager beer supply does not sour, and our precious grain stores remain plentiful and free from vermin. These weren't empty rote gestures. They were seen as vital communications, essential transactions for ensuring the family's ongoing health, its modest prosperity, and its protection from the countless dangers and uncertainties of daily life. This was your direct personal line to the often unpredictable, supernatural realm, a way to actively engage with and hopefully influence the invisible forces that shaped your world. It was a form of constant spiritual labor, often performed quietly and without an audience, but considered just as necessary for survival as grinding the grain or weaving the cloth. And of course, if things consistently went wrong, if illness repeatedly struck the children, or the meager crops failed inexplicably, it might even be subtly implied by others or feared by you that perhaps your piety had been lacking, your offerings insufficient, or your heart not pure enough. That's a heavy, almost unbearable burden to add to your daily to-do list. Feed family, clean house, fetch water, avert divine wrath, ensure ancestral blessings. Historians still argue, often with limited direct textual evidence from non-elite contexts, about the extent to which the primary responsibility for everyday household piety and the consistent performance of these domestic rituals fell predominantly on women. And furthermore, what level of complex theological understanding or doctrinal knowledge accompanied these practices for the average, largely non-literate person. While men certainly participated in broader family religious observances and festivals, a good deal of archaeological evidence from domestic shrine contexts, along with some textual allusions in wisdom, literature, and letters, suggests that women often took the lead in these daily intimate observances within the home. Was this sacred duty seen as a natural extension of their nurturing, life-giving, and protective roles within the domestic sphere? And did you, as you carefully arranged your small offerings and murmured your heartfelt prayers, possess a deep, nuanced understanding of the intricate myths, the symbolic meanings, and the complex cosmologies being debated by learned priests in far-off magnificent temples? Or was your faith more direct, more personal, more pragmatic, and intensely focused on immediate tangible results? Protection from harm, the health of your children, and sustenance for your family. For most ordinary women, it was almost certainly the latter, a deeply felt, practical, and absolutely essential spirituality for navigating a precarious and often frightening world. Now for a quirky little tidbit related to protecting those precious, vulnerable children from unseen dangers. Beyond the standard amulets, like the potent Eye of Horus, or figures of Bez and Taweret that children wore, there were countless other folk beliefs and small, almost instinctive maternal rituals aimed at safeguarding infants and young children from harm both seen and unseen. For instance, a mother's saliva was sometimes considered to possess inherent protective or even healing properties, and she might gently lick a child's forehead if they seemed unwell, or apply her saliva to a small scrape or insect bite while uttering a specific charm passed down through generations. Certain traditional lullabies, sung in a soft crooning voice, were thought to have more than just a soothing effect. They were believed to possess a subtle magical potency, capable of not only lulling a fretful child to sleep, but also actively warding off malevolent spirits, or the evil eye that might prey on the vulnerable young during the dark hours of the night. Some sources suggest that if a child woke screaming from a nightmare, a specific simple ritual might be performed by the mother. Perhaps a light sprinkling of cool water on the child's face accompanied by a whispered incantation or a prayer to a protective deity to banish the bad dream, calm their fears, and restore peace to the household. These practices weren't part of the official state religion. You wouldn't find them inscribed on temple walls. But they were part of the rich, living tapestry of popular belief, the intimate, magical technologies of motherhood. It's like having your own secret, time-tested toolkit of ancient baby hacks, guaranteed by generations of grandmothers to be far more effective than anything you'd find written on some hypothetical papyrus parenting blog. So when you picture the life of an ordinary woman in ancient Egypt, don't just see the endless, exhausting cycle of chores, the cooking, the cleaning, the weaving, the water carrying. See her also with a nursing child nestled on her hip, another curious toddler clinging precariously to her worn linen skirt, her eyes ever watchful, her attention constantly divided. See her in the quiet, dim moments of dawn or dusk, standing before her little household shrine, her lips moving in ancient heartfelt prayers, her humble offerings, a piece of bread, a sip of water, a wisp of incense smoke, forming a fragile but vital bridge between her vulnerable family and the vast, unpredictable, and often intimidating powers of the cosmos. These countless, largely unrecognized hours of intensive childcare and dedicated spiritual maintenance were not peripheral or optional activities. They were absolutely central to her existence, central to the very definition of her role as Nebet Per, and utterly fundamental to the physical, emotional, and spiritual survival of her family. It was a holistic, all-encompassing, and unending responsibility, a form of profound labor that, while not always valued or even acknowledged in a public or economic sense by the wider society, truly held the world together for those within her immediate care. But what if your own household's resources, despite all your backbreaking labor as Nebbit pair, and your meticulous frugal management simply weren't enough to consistently keep hunger at bay for your family? What if widowhood, a devastating blow in a society where a woman's status was so closely tied to her husband, left you without a primary male provider? Or what if your husband suffered a chronic illness or a debilitating injury, perhaps from his work in the fields or on a monumental construction project, leaving him unable to earn? Or what if your family was simply mired in such crushing, inescapable poverty that every single member, including you, had to desperately seek some form of sustenance beyond the often meager confines of your own family unit and its limited productive capacity? For some women, though, this was certainly not the societal ideal that was so often depicted in tombs and taught through wisdom literature. This stark necessity meant stepping into an even more visible, yet still strictly circumscribed and often highly precarious sphere of labor, working outside the traditional confines of the home, or at least outside your own domestic production, usually in the service of others. While this might offer a desperately needed trickle of income more often paid in rations of food and other essential goods rather than actual currency, which was not widely used by ordinary people for much of Egypt's history, these occupations for non-elite women, typically as singers, musicians, dancers, specialized weavers in larger workshops, or domestic servants, were almost invariably situated within the lower echelons of Egyptian society, offering precious little chance for significant social advancement, economic independence, or escape from the pervasive hardship that characterized many lives. Your esteemed role as Nebbit mistress of your own house, managing your own domestic sphere, was the cultural ideal, the respected norm. But reality, as it so often does, has a cruel and unceremonious way of trampling cherished ideals underfoot with the heavy sandals of necessity. So perhaps you find yourself driven by sheer need and the cries of your hungry children seeking work beyond your own doorstep. If you possess a good voice, a natural sense of rhythm, or some learned musical talent, you might find a place as a singer or musician. Wealthier Egyptians, for their lavish banquets and private entertainments, and even the great temples, for their endless cycles of religious festivals and daily ceremonies, employed troops of entertainers. As part of such a group, you might play a gracefully curved harp, a long-necked lute, a resonant tambourine, or the sistrum, that distinctive U-shaped rattling percussion instrument often adorned with images of the goddess Hathor or Bastet, whose sound was thought to soothe angry deities and create a joyful atmosphere. Your songs might be hymns of praise to the gods, lively rhythmic tunes for dancing, or perhaps soulful melancholic laments that stirred the emotions of your listeners. It sounds perhaps more glamorous and less physically taxing than endlessly grinding grain or scrubbing floors, but the pay, usually in basic rations of grain oil beer, and perhaps some lengths of cloth, would likely be modest, and your social standing might be somewhat ambiguous, even precarious. Entertainers especially, female dancers, often walked a very fine line in terms of societal respectability, particularly if their performances were deemed too suggestive or if they worked primarily in secular rather than religious contexts. You're there to please, to entertain. And that could sometimes come with unwelcome assumptions, advances, or a generally lower social regard. Think of it as the ancient world's original gig economy, a constant hustle with periods of feast or famine depending on festival seasons or the generosity of patrons and certainly not a lot of long-term job security or a comfortable pension plan to look forward to. Dancers, often closely associated with musicians and frequently performing together, were also in demand for similar occasions. Their performances could range from stately choreographed religious processional dances within temple precincts to more energetic acrobatic and sometimes overtly sensual displays at private parties for the well-to-do. Clad often in little more than a short, revealing kilt, an elaborate beaded net dress, or simply adorned with jewelry and body paint, their skilled movements and graceful forms provided a vital visual spectacle, enhancing the music and the festive atmosphere. While some dancers, who were formally attached to temple cults, like the Kenneret of Hathor, might have held a degree of ritual respectability, many others, particularly those who performed for private entertainment, were often viewed as being of a lower, less reputable social order. Again, it's a life lived largely on the approval and patronage of others, your trained body and artistic skill, your primary and perhaps only marketable assets. One wrong move, one perceived lapse in propriety, and you could go from temple performer to that woman of ill repute faster than a Nile barge with a strong tailwind and a panicked crew. If your most developed skill learned within the home was the intricate art of weaving, you might find work in a larger, more organized workshop, perhaps one attached to a major temple complex, which often had vast agricultural estates and industrial operations, a royal palace, or the sprawling household of a wealthy noble or high official. Here, you wouldn't just be weaving for your own family's immediate needs, but producing various types of cloth on a much larger, almost industrial scale. Exceptionally fine, almost transparent linen for the delicate garments of the elite. Coarser, more durable stuff for the work garments of laborers or for sails for ships. Or perhaps specialized textiles like intricately patterned mummy bandages or richly colored tapestries. Here's a mainstream historical fact that clearly illuminates this aspect of female labor administrative records. From places like Deir el-Medina, the purpose-built village that housed the highly skilled artisans and workmen who constructed and decorated the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings during the New Kingdom, include detailed lists of women receiving rations, grain oil, fish, vegetables for their work. These tasks are specifically identified as spinning thread, weaving cloth, or performing other essential services for the state-run necropolis administration. This tells us unequivocally that women's labor was indeed an integrated part of the broader official economy, formally recognized and compensated, however modestly, with the necessities of life. Within such a workshop, you're part of a larger production line contributing your skill to the creation of wealth and luxury for others. The conditions might be crowded and noisy, the hours long and dictated by overseers who were usually male. Perhaps the most common, though often least desirable option for a woman needing to earn her keep, particularly if she lacked specialized artistic skills, was to become a servant in a wealthier household. This was a broad category that could encompass a vast range of duties. The endless cleaning of a larger house, more complex. Cooking for a discerning master and his family. Strenuous laundry tasks, dedicated childcare for the master's children, freeing the lady of that house from such burdens and attending to the intricate personal needs of the lady of the house, helping her with her elaborate toilette, which could involve dressing, hairstyling, often complex wigs, and the careful application of cosmetics. As a servant, you would likely live within your employer's household, entirely dependent on their goodwill, their fairness, and their ability to provide for you. While some fortunate servants were undoubtedly treated kindly and became trusted, almost familial members of the household over many years of loyal service, others, just as undoubtedly, faced exploitation, harsh treatment, verbal abuse, and the constant gnawing fear of arbitrary dismissal for any perceived infraction. You're living a life that often mirrors the tasks of the Nebetpur. You serve, doing all the same chores you might do in your own home, but for someone else's direct benefit, and with far less autonomy or personal satisfaction. It's a constant stark reminder of your own precarious social and economic position. In some larger estates, you might even find yourself serving alongside enslaved people, often captives of war or foreign tribute, a grim and ever-present reminder of how far one could fall in the social hierarchy. Other more specialized avenues existed, though these were often just as marginal or demanding. You might become a professional mourner, jere, a recognized if somewhat theatrical profession in a society so preoccupied with death and proper burial. Hired by bereaved families, you would be expected to wail, convincingly beat your chest, tear your hair, or at least appear to, and theatrically throw dust on your head during funeral processions, thereby amplifying the expressed grief of the family and ensuring that the deceased received a suitably dramatic and socially impressive send-off to the afterlife. Some women, possessing deep traditional knowledge and practical skills, worked as midwives, shirked their expertise in childbirth, highly valued and often desperately needed, though their work was shrouded in both respect for their abilities and a certain societal fear, given the inherent dangers and frequent tragedies associated with childbirth. In agricultural communities, women without their own land or sufficient family support might hire themselves out as seasonal agricultural laborers, especially during the busy planting or harvesting seasons, undertaking the same backbreaking fieldwork as the men, stooping for hours under the hot sun to weed cut grain or gather flax, often for even smaller rations. If you possessed a keen eye for bartering or managed to produce a small surplus from a tiny kitchen garden plot or a few chickens, you might try your hand as a market woman, squatting in the dusty, noisy village marketplace, attempting to sell a few vegetables, some homemade beer, a piece of pottery you crafted, or a length of linen you wove. Every small transaction, every little bit of extra food or goods helped to keep your family from starvation. Historians still argue with nuanced interpretations of the available evidence whether these working women, who actively earned their own often meager rations or some form of payment, experienced more or less personal autonomy and agency compared to women who were solely wives and mothers operating within the traditional confines of their own patriarchal households. On one hand, contributing directly and visibly to your own sustenance and that of your children might have afforded you a slightly different standing, perhaps a small measure of economic independence or bargaining power within your family, however tiny. You weren't solely reliant on the provisions of your husband or other male relatives. On the other hand, working for others, often in clearly subservient roles, and under the direct, sometimes arbitrary authority of employers or overseers, could expose you to different forms of control, exploitation, and even harassment. Were you freer because you earned your own bread, or more constrained because you were subject to the daily whims and demands of those who paid you? It's a complex socioeconomic equation with no simple, universally applicable answer, likely varying greatly based on individual circumstances, personality, and the nature of the work. Now, for a quirky tidbit, that adds a touch of ancient HR to our considerations among the various titles recorded for female workers, especially those engaged in religious or entertainment contexts. You sometimes find quite poetic or, surprisingly, specific official designations. For instance, a woman involved in the cult of a major deity as a musician might be formally titled a Chantress of Amun, or a singer in the Temple of Hathor. While these titles sound undeniably lofty and important, the actual daily life working conditions and remuneration for such roles might still have been quite humble. But imagine being able to say your official job title was she who pacifies the god with her voice. That certainly sounds a lot more impressive on your imaginary papyrus resume than person who shakes a sistrum at the correct intervals and tries not to sing off key. Doesn't it? It's all in the branding, even in ancient Egypt. Or consider the Kenneret organized troops of skilled dancers and musicians often specifically associated with the joyous cult of Hathor, the goddess of love music, dance, and intoxication. Their carefully choreographed and passionately delivered performances were integral to religious festivals and private celebrations, adding a vital element of joy, beauty, and spiritual vibrancy. These varied occupations, while providing an essential means of survival for many women and their families, rarely offered a reliable path to riches, significant social climbing, or true independence. You were still firmly anchored within the lower echelons of society. Your work, whether it involved entertaining the wealthy with your songs and dances, weaving their fine linens in a crowded workshop, or scrubbing their floors and tending their children, primarily served to maintain their comfortable lifestyles and the existing social order, not to fundamentally elevate your own status or that of your family. It was often at its core an extension of the domestic skills you'd already mastered, but now performed for an external employer, rather than for your own kin and for their profit or pleasure. The sphere of economic opportunity for most women was undeniably small, the ceilings invariably low and made of very solid stone. You weren't realistically going to become a wealthy merchant, a powerful temple overseer in a major cult, a foreman in a large construction project, or a high-ranking, influential scribe through these traditionally female routes. Your greatest hope in such a working life might be for a kind and fair employer, regular and sufficient rations, good health, and enough physical strength and emotional resilience to make it through another demanding day, and then another, and another. It was a life lived on the practical, often harsh margins of the grand Egyptian historical narrative, a quiet testament to the unending resilience, adaptability, and sheer resourcefulness of countless ordinary women striving to survive and to help their families survive in a world that consistently offered them precious few easy choices or open doors. And perhaps no choice was less easy. No door more perilously narrow or shadowed by potential tragedy than the one every adult woman in ancient Egypt was expected, indeed culturally and socially pressured, to pass through multiple times in her relatively short lifespan: the agonizing and undeniably life-threatening passage of pregnancy and childbirth. This was, without any exaggeration, a deadly gamble each and every time you faced it. For you, an ordinary woman living in a small village or a crowded urban quarter, this recurring ordeal was undertaken largely without the benefit of sophisticated evidence-based medical understanding as we know it, certainly without access to truly effective pain relief, and often with only the most rudimentary, though undoubtedly well-intentioned and tradition-bound assistance. It was a profound journey into the very jaws of the underworld, a terrifying passage from which many women, and indeed many of their infants, tragically did not return. Your understanding of the process of pregnancy itself would be a complex mixture of accumulated folk wisdom passed down through generations of women, your own keen observations of the physical changes in your body, and a very heavy, pervasive dose of magic and appeals to the divine will. The intricate biological mechanisms of conception, fetal development, and the complex physiological mechanics of labor were largely profound mysteries, often explained through mythological narratives or analogies rather than scientific understanding. If you missed your monthly courses, you might begin to suspect pregnancy, but confirmation often came slowly and uncertainly. There were no convenient home pregnancy tests that could give you a clear answer in minutes. Perhaps a hopeful prayer to Hathor, the goddess of love, fertility, and motherhood, or a consultation with a village wise woman who might examine your eyes, the color of your skin. Or even let's imagine the recent quality of your household grumbling was the closest you got to a diagnosis. Throughout the months of your pregnancy, you'd be expected to continue with most of your demanding daily chores for as long as you were physically able. There was no concept of extended doctor-ordered maternity leave or significantly taking it easy in those final trimesters. The household still needed to run. The food still needed to be prepared. The older children still needed care. You'd likely wear protective amulets, perhaps small figures of Tawere or bees, and dutifully recite prayers and incantations for a safe pregnancy and an easy, successful delivery. Your anxiety would undoubtedly grow as your belly swelled and your time drew near. Each unusual twinge, every unfamiliar feeling, could spark a fresh wave of fear. Was it a good sign, indicating a strong baby, or a bad omen, a hint of impending disaster? When the unmistakable pains of labor finally began, you entered a period of intense physical and emotional vulnerability, a sacred but terrifying liminal space between life and death. Effective pain relief, as we would understand and expect it today, simply did not exist for you. There were no epidurals to numb the lower body, no morphine drips, not even a surreptitious swig of strong date wine or beer offered to dull the sharpest edges of the agony, as alcohol was sometimes thought to be harmful during labor. Perhaps you'd be given certain herbal concoctions, some of which might have had very mild sedative or muscle-relaxing properties, but their efficacy against the overwhelming, all-consuming pain of powerful uterine contractions and the intense pressure of a baby's passage through the birth canal would have been minimal at best, if not entirely negligible. More often, and with more conviction, relief from pain and assistance with a difficult labor was sought through magical spells, potent incantations, and fervent appeals to the gods and goddesses associated with childbirth. Your female relatives, your mother, sisters, aunts, and the local midwife who attended you would chant prayers, invoke the names of protective deities, and perhaps strategically place magical objects or amulets around you or on your body, all in a desperate effort to ease your suffering, ward off evil spirits intent on harming you or the baby, and ensure a swift, successful outcome. But the raw, unmediated, and often prolonged agony of childbirth was something you and countless generations of women like you had to endure with sheer animalistic grit, drawing on whatever reserves of courage and physical stamina you could possibly muster. It's a level of primal suffering that is thankfully almost unimaginable to many in the relative safety and comfort of the modern, medically supported birthing world. The well-meaning advice to "just breathe through it, dear," probably wasn't quite cutting it when it felt like your entire body was being torn apart from the inside. The assistance you received during your labor and delivery, while deeply rooted in ancient tradition and the accumulated experience of many births, was far removed from what we'd recognize as skilled, evidence-based medical care. The midwife, usually an older woman from your own village or community who had herself borne children and had attended many births, relied on empirical knowledge, intuition, and traditional practices passed down through generations of women. She knew how to support you physically, perhaps, by massaging your back, wiping your brow, or helping you move into different positions that might aid labor's progression. Here's a mainstream historical fact. Regarding common birthing practices, in ancient Egypt, women typically gave birth in an upright or semi-upright position, often squatting or kneeling, sometimes supported by female attendants on either side, or by leaning against or squatting over special birthing bricks. These were actual, often decorated mud bricks, which provided a stable, slightly raised platform. This position utilized the power of gravity and was intuitively understood to facilitate an easier and quicker delivery compared to lying flat. There are tomb depictions of this practice and actual birthing bricks, some bearing images of mothers, babies, or protective deities, have been found by archaeologists. The midwife would offer encouragement, check the baby's presentation as best she could by external palpation, or cautiously by internal examination, with unsterilized hands, and be ready to catch the infant as it emerged. She might use soothing words, offer sips of water, but she had no surgical instruments if things went catastrophically wrong, no access to life-saving antibiotics if infection began to set in, no way to perform a cesarean section to save either you or the baby in cases of severely obstructed labor or fetal distress. Her toolkit consisted primarily of her hands, her experience, her familiarity with local herbal remedies of limited use in acute crises, and her repertoire of charms, prayers, and incantations. If your baby was breech and couldn't be turned, or was too large for your pelvis, or if you started to hemorrhage uncontrollably, her ability to intervene effectively was heartbreakingly tragically limited. This stark lack of sophisticated medical intervention meant that the risks associated with every single pregnancy and birth were astronomically high by modern standards. Obstructed labor, where the baby simply couldn't pass through the birth canal due to its size position, or a maternal pelvic abnormality, was often a prolonged agony ending in a death sentence for both mother and child. Postpartum hemorrhage, uncontrolled, and massive bleeding after delivery, often due to a retained placenta or uterine atony, could swiftly lead to your death from shock and catastrophic blood loss, sometimes within hours. Puerperal fever, or childbed fever, a rampant bacterial infection of the reproductive organs that could set in after childbirth, was another common and frequently fatal complication in a world without even a rudimentary understanding of germ theory or the life-saving power of antibiotics. Remember all that natron used for general cleaning. Unfortunately, its antiseptic properties, while useful for some things, were woefully inadequate to combat the massive internal infections that could take hold after the trauma of birth. Infant mortality was also appallingly high, with a shocking number of babies dying during the trauma of birth itself, or in the first few days or weeks of life from complications of delivery infections, prematurity, or various congenital issues for which there was no treatment. Each pregnancy was quite literally a roll of the dice with your precious life and your longed-for child's life hanging precariously, terrifyingly in the balance. Historians still argue with considerable debate and interpretation of often ambiguous texts about the practical impact of ancient Egyptian medical writings, such as the famous Ebers Papyrus or the Kahun Gynecological Papyrus, on the actual birthing experiences of ordinary non-elite women. These remarkable texts, written on papyrus by learned scribes, do indeed contain sections on women's health, including recipes for contraception, of highly dubious efficacy diagnostic methods for determining fertility or infertility, suggested treatments for various gynecological complaints, and even some observations related to pregnancy, labor, and childbirth. However, it's highly debatable whether the specialized knowledge recorded by these literate physicians Sabarignon W. or lector priests, who themselves constituted a tiny, highly educated, and elite minority, ever significantly trickled down to the level of the common village midwife or the average family. Was this written medical knowledge primarily theoretical, confined to a select few practitioners, or perhaps used only for the privileged care of royal women or the wives and daughters of the very wealthy? For you, the ordinary woman in a dusty remote village, the medical care you received during childbirth was almost certainly untouched by these scholarly writings, relying instead on age-old orally transmitted traditions and a very large measure of hope and divine appeal. Access to a formal physician for childbirth would have been an unimaginable luxury, and even then, their interventions for many common and severe obstetric complications might not have been much more effective than those of the experienced local midwife. Imagine, if you can, the profound emotional toll of this constant threat. The initial joy of a confirmed pregnancy, especially if you had previously struggled to conceive or had lost other children, would always be deeply tinged with a cold, pervasive undercurrent of fear. As your delivery date approached, the anxiety would inevitably mount. You'd have seen other women in your village, perhaps your own friends or relatives, suffer terribly, or even die in childbirth. You knew the risks, not as abstract statistics, but as lived painful realities within your own community. There was a certain fatalism required, perhaps a stoic resignation to the will of the gods and the unyielding realities of biology, but also undoubtedly a fierce primal desire to live to hold your healthy baby in your arms, to see your other children grow. Here's a quirky, though deeply poignant tidbit that speaks volumes about their mindset. Magical spells and incantations specifically designed to facilitate childbirth were incredibly common and evidently highly valued. These opening the womb spells, or spells to hasten delivery, often invoking powerful deities like Khnum, the ram-headed potter god, who was believed to fashion unborn children on his celestial wheel, or the great mother goddess Hathor, were sometimes written on fresh papyrus rolls to be read aloud by the midwife or a family member during labor. Sometimes key phrases from such spells were inscribed on amulets worn by the laboring woman, or even on special cups or bowls, from which she might drink a sacred liquid like blessed water or beer imbued with magical potency. One such spell might urgently implore something like, "Come down, placenta, come down. I am Horus who conjures so that she who is giving birth becomes better than she was delivered from that which is in her womb. Hasten, placenta, hasten." It's a desperate, powerful plea to unseen forces, a raw testament to the profound terror and fervent hope that were inextricably intertwined in this universal yet uniquely dangerous female experience in ancient times. It certainly makes our modern birth affirmations, "My body is strong and capable. My baby is ready to be born," seem rather wonderfully tame and confident by comparison to the urgent, almost commanding tone of, "By the sacred power of Horus Placenta, get out now before you kill us both." The relief, if you and your baby both survived the ordeal of birth, must have been overwhelming. A profound, bone-deep exhaustion mixed with an almost delirious, transcendent joy. But even then, the danger wasn't entirely over. The postpartum period remained incredibly risky, with infection still a major threat to your weakened body. And then after a relatively short period of recovery, if you were fortunate, the whole cycle of pregnancy and perilous childbirth would likely begin again and again. Many ordinary women in ancient Egypt endured numerous pregnancies, multiple challenging childbirths, and often the absolutely heartbreaking loss of several children, all before reaching what we would today consider early middle age. This constant, unremitting drain on their physical and emotional resources, this recurring, terrifying dance with death, was a fundamental, inescapable, and deeply unfair aspect of being a woman in ancient Egypt. It was a biological destiny that carried with it an immense and unavoidable burden of suffering and risk, all for the essential continuation of the family and the society that in so many other ways offered you so few alternative paths to fulfillment or status. And this biological destiny, this path so fraught with unavoidable suffering and acute risk, all too often led to a tragically premature and deeply personal destination for countless women. The constant, terrifying gamble of childbirth, repeated over and over again throughout your fertile years like a recurring nightmare you couldn't escape, meant that the whispers of mortality were an ever-present chilling soundtrack to a woman's life in ancient Egypt. Death, of course, was no stranger to any Egyptian in those times, with high infant and child mortality from disease, frequent famines, epidemics, and life-threatening accidents being common occurrences. Life was precarious for everyone. But for you, as a woman, the very act of attempting to bring forth new life was ironically and cruelly one of the most significant and recurring dangers you would ever personally face. This perennial threat cast a constant shadow over your existence and meant that many, many women's lives were tragically and profoundly unfairly cut short, right in their prime, often just as they were most needed by their young families. Imagine for a moment the small village or crowded urban neighborhood where you live. Scarcely a family, scarcely a household would have been entirely untouched by the devastating loss of a mother, a wife, a beloved sister, or a cherished daughter, to the myriad perils of childbirth. You would have grown up hearing the sorrowful stories, or perhaps witnessing firsthand, with wide, frightened eyes, the sudden devastating departure of women you knew. Women who were healthy, strong, and vibrant one day, bustling with life and energy, and then gone the next, claimed by uncontrollable hemorrhage, a raging postpartum infection, or an agonizingly obstructed labor that no amount of desperate prayer, magical incantation, or the midwife's traditional interventions could ultimately overcome. This wasn't some abstract, distant fear. It was a tangible, recurring, and deeply intimate reality that inevitably shaped your worldview, your expectations of life, and the collective emotional landscape of your entire community. Every time a woman in your village went into labor, there would be a communal holding of breath, a silent, fervent hope for her safety and that of her child, inevitably mixed with a dreadful, unspoken apprehension. And when tragedy did strike, as it so often did, the grief of the family would be sharp and raw, but perhaps also for the wider community dulled by a grim, resigned sense of inevitability. Another one lost to the great silent devourer. It was in many unspoken ways the the terrible price society silently and perhaps stoically expected its women to pay for its own biological continuation. The high maternal mortality rates from these ancient times are understandably difficult to quantify with absolute modern statistical precision from the available historical records, as the concept of comprehensive vital statistics simply didn't exist. However, here's a sobering mainstream historical fact that paints a grim picture. Meticulous studies of skeletal remains excavated from ancient Egyptian cemeteries, particularly from non-elite burial grounds, when combined with comparative demographic data from other pre-modern societies that possessed similar levels of medical knowledge and obstetric practices, strongly suggest that a significant percentage of adult women died during their prime childbearing years, most commonly between the ages of 20 and 35. Paleopathologists and archaeologists sometimes make the heartbreaking discovery of female skeletons with the tiny, delicate remains of a full-term fetus still nestled within the pelvic cavity. A silent, irrefutable, and incredibly poignant testament to a final fatal obstructed labor, a mother and child joined forever in death. This stark evidence means that for every joyous, successful birth, there was a corresponding, ever-present, and substantial risk that you might be sacrificing your own life. It wasn't a glorious, heroic death on a distant battlefield, fighting for the glory of Pharaoh, a death that might be celebrated in triumphant songs and boastful inscriptions. It was usually a quiet, often prolonged, and agonizing death within the familiar mud brick four walls of your own home, a lonely casualty of your most fundamental biological role. So you die, bringing forth the next generation, fulfilling your primary societal purpose. Do you get a pyramid built in your honor? A special fast-tracked chapter in the Book of the Dead, titled "She Who Braved the Birth Canal with Extreme Prejudice." Unlikely. Your reward was usually a very swift burial to prevent the spread of disease, the grief of your immediate kin, and your husband probably, and quite practically updating his relationship status on the village grapevine pretty quickly. Think for a moment of the devastating consequences for those left behind when you, a young mother, are snatched away. You die in your prime, perhaps in your 20s or early 30s, leaving a gaping, ragged hole in the delicate fabric of your family. Your young children, some perhaps still infants, are suddenly and incomprehensibly motherless. Who would care for them now with the same unwavering devotion, the same intimate, intuitive knowledge of their individual needs, their fears, their little quirks and comforts? Perhaps your own aging mother, if she is still alive and physically able, or a kind sister, or one of your husband's female relatives might step in. But the traumatic loss of their primary caregiver, their main source of nourishment, comfort, and early learning would be profound and often permanently scarring for those young children. Your husband becomes a widower, faced not only with his own personal grief, which, given the societal norms, he might not be encouraged to express openly or for long, but also with the urgent, overwhelming practical problem of raising young children and managing a household that suddenly lacks its Nebbit pair, its mistress. He would in all likelihood seek to remarry relatively quickly, not necessarily out of a callous lack of affection for you, his departed wife, but out of sheer stark necessity. A new wife was needed to care for the vulnerable children, to prepare the food, to manage the domestic sphere, to ensure the household didn't collapse. Life for the survivors had to go on, and the immediate practical needs of the living often, and quite understandably, overshadowed prolonged or elaborate public mourning for one individual woman, when tragically so many others were potentially available to fill the vacated role. It sounds incredibly harsh to our modern ears, attuned to romantic love and individualism, but it was often the brutal, pragmatic reality of survival in a harsh world. Your memory might be cherished in private, but your vacant place at the hearth and on the sleeping mat would likely be filled sooner rather than later. It wasn't that he didn't miss your excellent lentil soup or the way you organized the granary, but well, someone had to make the soup, and the kids weren't going to wash their own tunics, were they? The constant shadow of this pervasive mortality would have subtly yet profoundly influenced your psychology and your approach to life. Could you ever feel truly secure, truly look forward with confidence to a long and peaceful life when you knew with chilling certainty that each pregnancy, each labor could very well be your last? It might foster a deep sense of fatalism, a stoic belief that your ultimate lifespan was in the hands of the gods, preordained regardless of your own efforts or desires. Or perhaps, conversely, it made the small, fleeting joys of daily life. A child's unrestrained laughter, the taste of a sweet fig, a good harvest, a moment of shared peace with your family by the river at dusk. Even more intensely precious, to be deeply savored precisely because they might be fleeting. It certainly put a rather different, more literal spin on the philosophical exhortation to live each day as if it were your last. For you as a woman in your childbearing years, it was less a gentle suggestion for mindful living, and more a distinct, ever-present statistical possibility. When a woman died in childbirth, what were the specific funerary customs that followed? For the most part, her burial would likely follow the standard practices appropriate to her family's social class and economic means, though perhaps with a particular poignant emphasis in the prayers or modest grave goods on her role as a mother. Historians still argue based on interpretation of art and artifacts whether funerary stelae or tomb goods for women who died young, especially those depicted tenderly embracing or nursing their children, were specifically intended by the grieving family to acknowledge this ultimate sacrifice made in the act of procreation, or if these depictions simply reflected her primary and most valued social identity. Was there a special, more pleasant corner of the Duat, the underworld reserved for women who perished while performing this essential life-giving act? Unlikely in terms of official state theology, which was generally more concerned with a universal judgment based on the deceased's adherence to Ma'at throughout their entire life. Your primary hope, like that of any other Egyptian, was simply to have your heart weigh lighter than the feather of Ma'at in the Hall of Judgment, and thereby gain entrance to the blissful field of reeds. However, the grief of your immediate family, the ones who knew and loved you, would be specific, raw, and focused on the tragic why and how of your premature departure from the land of the living. Here's a quirky, or perhaps more accurately, a deeply human tidbit related to this somber topic. While the official state religion might not have formally singled out these women for any special post-mortem status or consideration, local folk beliefs and private family customs could certainly have been different and more personalized. It's entirely conceivable, even probable, that local traditions held specific unwritten beliefs about the spirit of a woman who died in childbirth. Perhaps her spirit, her Ba, was thought to linger more closely and protectively over her surviving children, an unseen guardian angel. Or maybe conversely, if her death was particularly traumatic or perceived as unjust, her spirit was feared as a restless, sorrowful, or even angry ghost that needed special appeasement. Families might make particular heartfelt offerings at her humble tomb or grave marker, Not just the standard bread beer and incense, but perhaps items she cherished in life, a favorite piece of simple jewelry, a well-worn weaving tool, or even small, crudely made clay toys representing the infant children she had been forced to leave behind. These offerings would be made in an effort to comfort and appease her spirit, ensure her continued benevolence from the afterlife, and perhaps ease their own crushing guilt or sorrow. One can vividly imagine a heartbroken mother or a grieving sister leaving a specific type of wildflower that only her lost daughter had particularly loved, whispering through tears, "Rest well, my sweet child, your precious babies will be cared for. Do not let your spirit fret." The grand official texts detailing temple rituals don't often tell us about these intimate personal practices of grief and remembrance, but human nature, consistent across cultures and millennia, strongly suggests they must have existed in abundance. The sheer pervasiveness of maternal death also meant that communities out of grim necessity were structured to cope with its frequent occurrence, however imperfectly. Extended family networks, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, became even more absolutely crucial for survival. Grandmothers, if still living and relatively healthy, often played a huge, indispensable role in raising their motherless grandchildren. Older sisters frequently had to take on demanding maternal responsibilities for their younger siblings. At a surprisingly young age, their own childhoods cut short. The swift remarriage of widowers, as previously mentioned, was common, socially accepted, and even encouraged primarily to ensure that young children had a female caregiver, and that households continued to function as viable economic and social units. This doesn't imply that the loss of a wife and mother wasn't deeply felt, but rather that the society had over centuries developed built-in, if often emotionally challenging and inadequate mechanisms to try and patch the gaping holes torn in its fabric by these frequent tragic deaths. It was a society perpetually braced for loss, especially the devastating loss of its young women in the very act of trying to perpetuate that society. It makes you wonder if the common ancient Egyptian greeting, life, prosperity, health, Ankh Wedja Seneb, was uttered with a particular fervor, a desperate, almost pleading emphasis when addressed to a visibly pregnant woman, an almost desperate wish against the known formidable odds. So when you gaze upon those serene, often smiling statues of ancient Egyptian women, or the idealized, colorful paintings of happy, intact families adorning the walls of tombs, always remember this constant, unspoken, and deeply menacing undercurrent of peril that defined so much of their existence. Behind the carefully applied kohl eyeliner and the meticulously pleated linen dresses, behind the public image of the capable and respected Nebet pair, was a woman who knew with an intimacy we can barely comprehend that her next pregnancy, her next labor, her next attempt to fulfill her most fundamental societal role could very well be her last. Her life was an ongoing gamble, her own body the irreplaceable ante, the glorious continuation of that glittering, monumental, and enduring Nile Valley civilization rested squarely and often fatally on her individual willingness and her biological ability to navigate these treacherous waters of procreation again and again, often paying the ultimate silent price without public fanfare or lasting individual memorials beyond the fading grief of her immediate family and the continuity of her lineage. The chilling whispers of mortality were indeed a constant, unwelcome companion on her life's journey. And if in life your path was so often dictated by others, constrained by societal norms, and shadowed by the ever-present threat of an early mortality, What of your connection to the divine, to the great gods and goddesses who supposedly ordered that life and held the ultimate keys to the afterlife? Surely in the spiritual realm, a place of profound mystery and power, you might find true equality, direct access to the sacred, a divinely amplified voice. Alas, here too, for most ordinary women in ancient Egypt, many of the most imposing and influential divine doors remained firmly and often formally closed. While you might be the chief minister of daily rituals in your own humble kitchen shrine, a respected conduit to the household gods and ancestors, when it came to the grand glittering stage of official state religion, your access and authority were significantly and systematically curtailed. Spiritually, you faced profound, though sometimes subtle exclusion, being largely barred from the powerful, wealthy, and influential priesthoods of major state gods like Amun-Ra-Ptah or Osiris. This in turn limited your direct, officially sanctioned divine connection, and consequently the societal power, prestige, and economic benefits that often came with such lofty positions. You toiled daily and diligently to maintain Ma'at, order, truth, and justice within the microcosm of your home. You made your small, heartfelt offerings to Bes, the grotesque but benevolent protector of your children, and to Taweret, the hippopotamus goddess, who saw you through the terrors of childbirth. You whispered your prayers and requests to the spirits of your revered ancestors, hoping for their continued blessing and guidance. This was vital, personal, and deeply felt piety, the spiritual bedrock of your family's well-being. But the massive, awe-inspiring, wealthy, and politically powerful temple complexes that dominated the Egyptian landscape, magnificent places like Karnak, with its forest of colossal columns, or the serene beauty of Luxor, all dedicated to the supreme king of the gods Amun-Ra. These were overwhelmingly male domains, at least in their upper echelons of power, ritual authority, and theological discourse. The high priests, the first prophets, or Hemneter Tipi of these major deities who controlled vast temple estates encompassing agricultural land herds of livestock and fisheries, who commanded enormous wealth in gold, silver, and precious materials, and who managed armies of lesser priests and temple personnel, and who most importantly conversed daily with the gods within the sacred darkness of the inner sanctum, or so it was universally claimed and believed were invariably men. They were the ones meticulously performing the most sacred, secret, and potent rituals before the cult statue of the deity, the ones interpreting divine will through oracles, and omens, the ones advising Pharaoh himself on matters of cosmic and earthly importance. You, as an ordinary woman, would likely never even glimpse the inside of these holy of holies, the innermost sanctuaries where God and priest met. Your participation in the life of these great state temples was generally confined to the periphery, in the bustling, noisy outer courtyards, especially during public festivals, when the god's image might be brought forth in a sacred procession. It's rather like having a coveted backstage pass to the biggest concert of the year, only to find it only gets you as far as the loading dock and the souvenir stand, while the main earth-shattering performance happens behind a very thick, divinely sanctioned, and exclusively male-guarded wall. Now, it's not to say that women had no role whatsoever in formal temple life. They certainly did, but these roles were often supportive, secondary, specialized, or confined to specific, generally less politically powerful cults. We've previously mentioned the important presence of singers, musicians, and dancers, often collectively called chantresses or shamayet, who provided the essential musical and rhythmic accompaniment for temple rituals and religious festivals. These women, sometimes organized into formal troops or guilds, played a crucial part in creating the sacred atmosphere, in soothing the spirits of potentially wrathful deities, or in joyously celebrating divine beneficence. Their skilled performances were considered essential for the proper conduct of many rituals, but they weren't the ones deciding high theological policy, managing the temple's vast finances, or performing the critical daily offerings to the main cult statue of a major state god. They were, in essence, the divine backup singers, an orchestra incredibly talented and necessary for the show, but not the lead vocalists calling the tunes or writing the sacred symphonies. There were also roles such as Wab priestess, literally pure one, a lower rank of priest involved in purification and preparation, or servant of the god Hemet Netjer. But these often involved tasks like preparing food offerings, cleaning sacred spaces, tending to the temple's precious linen supplies, or making floral bouquets for the altar. Extensions in many ways of traditional domestic duties, just performed on a grander, more sacred, and more public scale. Some women, particularly those from elite or noble families, held the honorific title Mistress of the House of the God, or a similar designation for a particular deity, which might involve some administrative oversight of female temple staff or certain ceremonial duties, but still not the top-tier ritual roles involving direct interaction with the god in his sanctuary. And then there were the priestesses of certain goddesses, most notably the vibrant and popular Hathor, the goddess of love music, dance fertility, and intoxication. Her cult often had a more significant and visible female presence, and her priestesses played active and sometimes ecstatic roles in her festivals, which were renowned for their joyous, uninhibited, and music-filled nature. You might find more genuinely open doors and opportunities for female leadership in Hathor's temple. But Hathor, while an incredibly important and beloved goddess, didn't usually wield the same overt political clout or control the same level of state resources as Amun-Ra in the grand overarching scheme of official state theology and power. Being a high priestess of Hathor was undoubtedly a significant and respected position, but it was a bit like being a highly successful and popular manager at a very fun and important branch office. While the CEO, the entire board of directors, and all the major shareholders were still firmly ensconced at the head office, and they were, with very few exceptions, all men. Here's a mainstream historical fact that fascinatingly highlights both a powerful exception and, by its very rarity, the prevailing rule. During certain periods of Egyptian history, most notably the New Kingdom and the subsequent Third Intermediate Period, the religious office of God's wife of Amun, Hemet Netjer Amun, became an incredibly powerful and influential position. This unique office, often held by royal women, queens, king's daughters, or king's sisters, endowed its holder with immense theological importance as the divine consort of the great god Amun of Thebes. She possessed considerable independent wealth, controlled vast estates, and even wielded significant political sway in the Theban region, which was the religious heartland of Amun's cult. The god's wife of Amun was not merely an honorary title. She performed sacred rituals with the god symbolically, of course often interacting with his cult statue, and played a key role in legitimizing royal power. Some of these women, like the famous Hatshepsut, who held the title before declaring herself pharaoh, or later powerful figures from the 25th and 26th dynasties, such as Amenardas the Fox or Nitocris, were major players on the political and religious stage. However, this was a unique, exceptionally elite, and often highly politically charged position, not a common pathway open to ordinary women, nor did its existence signify a widespread opening of top priestly roles to females in general across the country or for other major male gods. It was more of a strategic placement of royal women within a key religious institution for reasons of statecraft and dynastic continuity rather than a genuine move towards gender equality in the priesthoods of the major male gods. For every one exalted God's wife of Amun, there were thousands upon thousands of male priests of varying ranks officiating in temples throughout the land. The impact of this general exclusion from the highest rungs of the official religious ladder was significant and multifaceted for ordinary women. Priesthoods, especially those of major state gods, weren't just about spiritual devotion and piety. They were intrinsically linked to power, public prestige, and substantial economic benefit. High-ranking priests often controlled significant tracts of temple land, and their produce managed large numbers of personnel, received substantial portions of the daily temple offerings, which could include vast amounts of high-quality food drink, fine linen, precious oils, and other valuables. A divinely sanctioned redistribution system that heavily favored the temple elite and enjoyed a correspondingly high social standing and influence within their communities and even at the royal court. By being largely barred from these lucrative and authoritative roles, you as an ordinary woman were effectively cut off from these important avenues of public influence, career advancement, and material gain that were open to your male counterparts. Your recognized spiritual authority was largely confined to the domestic sphere, potent and essential there certainly, but carrying comparatively little weight in the wider public political or economic spheres that were so heavily dominated and influenced by the great state cults and their male hierarchies. It's rather difficult to influence national policy or the distribution of temple grain reserves when your primary divine interlocutor is the beloved Hippo goddess in charge of making sure your baby doesn't get colic. However vital and comforting her presence might be to your personal well-being and that of your family, historians still argue with ongoing research and varied interpretations about the precise reasons behind this widespread and persistent exclusion of women from the most influential priestly roles, particularly in the cults of major male deities like Amun-Ra. Was it fundamentally rooted in ancient concepts of ritual purity, with menstruation, for example, being viewed as a state incompatible with the extreme sanctity required for direct interaction with these powerful gods in their holiest shrines? Some scholars suggest this as a primary factor, though concrete textual evidence explicitly stating this as a universal barrier is not always abundant or consistent across all periods. Or was it more deeply entrenched in the prevailing social and political power dynamics where men were simply unwilling to share such influential, resource-rich, and status-conferring positions with women, thereby strategically maintaining their overarching dominance in both the earthly and divine realms? Or was it, perhaps most prosaically, simply a matter of deep-seated, unquestioned tradition, the way things had always been done, with the gender of the deity, often though not invariably dictating the gender of their primary highest-ranking servitors? The most likely answer is that it was a complex, interwoven combination of all these factors reinforcing each other over centuries. Now, for a quirky or fringe tidbit that highlights a different kind of female religious participation, while effectively shut out from the top jobs for Amun or Ptah, you might still find a visible, if not powerful, niche in public religious life. Apart from the possibility of serving as a priestess for a specific goddess like Hathor Isis, or perhaps a local village deity whose cult was less formalized and more accessible. Women also participated very visibly and audibly in public religious life as professional mourners, during important funerary processions. As we've touched upon, these weren't priests in the traditional sense, but they're highly ritualized and dramatic expressions of grief. The loud wailing, the rhythmic beating of bare chests, the symbolic tearing of clothes, or specially made mourning garments, the disheveling of hair, and the casting of dust upon their heads, were considered absolutely essential for the deceased's successful transition to the afterlife and for demonstrating the family's piety and social standing. It was a recognized, often paid role and a very public display of female participation in a significant religious adjacent activity, albeit one centered on the rituals of death rather than the daily service of a great living state god. Not exactly running the temple and bossing around the male acolytes, but you were at least a highly visible and indispensable part of the sacred drama of life, death, and rebirth. Maybe not the direct line to divine power you dreamed of, but hey, at least you got to be impressively loud and emotionally expressive about it in public and get paid in goods probably for your troubles. So while your husband or your brother might aspire to rise through the ranks of the local temple priesthood, gaining respect, influence, and a comfortable share of the abundant offerings, your official interactions with the great gods of the state were largely mediated through these male figures, or experienced more distantly and collectively during public festivals and processions. You could certainly bring your small personal offering to the temple courtyard. You could pray with all your heart for a blessing or intervention, but you wouldn't be the one carrying that offering into the god's shadowy, incense-filled presence, nor would you be the one performing the sacred rites that sustained the cosmos. This clear spiritual hierarchy powerfully reinforced the prevailing social one, keeping you, the ordinary woman, in a position of relative powerlessness when it came to the grand cosmic narratives, the control of sacred knowledge, and the powerful institutions that managed them. Your most accessible gods and goddesses were often the smaller, more personal ones, the intimate guardians of home and hearth of birth and the harvest, incredibly important for your daily survival and emotional solace. Yes, but generally not the ones whose priests whispered in Pharaoh's ear or commanded the nation's spiritual destiny. The main divine switchboard, with its direct lines to the celestial executive suite, was for the most part firmly and exclusively operated by men. And if your access to the divine controls and the sacred levers of power during your earthly existence was so often limited with that main spiritual switchboard, as we discuss being firmly in male hands, what about in death, that supposedly great equalizer? Surely, in the terrifying but all-important journey to the afterlife, in the judgment before Osiris, the august Lord of the dead, you would achieve a more equal footing, your individual soul weighed on its own merits. Here too, while your role as a woman was undeniably essential, deeply symbolic, and often highly visible, it frequently emphasized mourning over majesty, support of sorrow over singular spiritual authority, or an independent claim to eternal glory. Even in the elaborate, expensive, and all-consuming death rituals that occupied so much of ancient Egyptian resources, thoughts, and emotional energy, your primary public function, unless you were a reigning queen, a powerful queen mother, or a woman of the very highest echelons of the elite, was frequently that of a participant in grief. You were portrayed as a devoted family member displaying profound sorrow, or even, as we've noted, as a hired professional weeper, rather than being consistently depicted as an equally honored and autonomous spiritual figure embarking on a powerful, self-directed journey to eternity. When a death occurred in the family, particularly that of your husband, your father, or another significant male relative, as these were the deaths most often commemorated with significant funerary expenditure, the entire household would be plunged into a period of intense ritualized mourning. As a woman, you were absolutely central to this public and private expression of loss. You would be expected, indeed required by social custom, to demonstrate your grief openly, physically, and dramatically. This wasn't just about shedding a few quiet tears into a linen handkerchief. It was a full-bodied, often theatrical performance, a public affirmation of the depth of the loss and the respect due to the departed. You might lament, loudly uttering piercing cries and calling out the name of the deceased. You would beat your bared chest with your fists, a common gesture of extreme sorrow. You would dishevel your hair, letting it fall unkempt around your shoulders, and you might symbolically cast dust, dirt, or ashes from the hearth over your head and clothes as a potent sign of deep sorrow, desolation, and your connection to the earth to which the deceased was returning. These outward displays were not merely tolerated as spontaneous outbursts of emotion. They were prescribed, expected, a crucial and integral part of the funerary rites that were believed to ensure the deceased's proper and successful transition to the afterlife. The more impressive, loud, and visibly distraught the display of grief, the more honor was thought to be paid to the departed spirit, and the more favorably the gods of the underworld might look upon him. It's a bit like an ancient version of a very, very sad and very long grand opera, and you, dear lady, were expected to be one of the principal divas of despair, your performance crucial for the final act. Beyond your genuine role as a grieving family member, a wife mourning her husband, a daughter, her father, a sister, her brother, there was, as we've touched upon before, the recognized and surprisingly common profession of the professional mourner, jurette. These were women, often working in organized troops, who could be hired by families to supplement, amplify, and correctly perform the family's own expressions of grief, especially for important or wealthy funerals. They were in essence skilled actresses of sorrow, highly adept at all the conventional gestures, the heart-rending vocalizations, and the dramatic postures of prescribed lamentation. Their presence added to the public spectacle the perceived social importance of the deceased and the overall efficacy of the funeral rites. So even if your own heart was genuinely breaking with a personal, incommunicable sorrow, your individual grief was often channeled into, and sometimes even overshadowed by, these more formalized, almost theatrical public displays. Your primary role, whether as kin or professional, was to weep, to lament, to physically embody the sorrow of the community, thereby ensuring the dead were well mourned and could proceed peacefully to the next world. In the rich, detailed, and fascinating iconography of ancient Egyptian tombs, especially those belonging to men of status, you see women depicted frequently, but their roles are often specific, circumscribed, and supportive. They are shown grieving dramatically at the bier of the deceased, their arms raised in ritual lament, their bodies often contorted in stylized poses of overwhelming sorrow. They are shown as diligent offering bearers, meticulously carrying trays laden with bread beer, meat fruits, and other provisions essential for the deceased's sustenance on his long afterlife journey. They are depicted as musicians playing harps and sistra, or as dancers performing solemn funerary dances, all contributing to the complex tapestry of the funerary rituals. but rarely unless it's the tomb of a truly powerful woman in her own right, like a reigning queen, such as Hatshepsut, or a highly influential god's wife of Amun. Do you see the deceased woman depicted with the same commanding presence, the same impressive array of titles and epithets, or the same confident assertions of power and authority before the gods as you routinely do for a deceased man of similar or even lesser social standing? He is typically the one shown boldly navigating the terrifying perils of the underworld, addressing the assembled gods with assurance and triumphantly taking his rightful place in the idyllic field of reeds. You, if depicted as his wife in his tomb, are often shown accompanying him, perhaps a step behind, smaller in scale, your status in the afterlife, seemingly still intrinsically tied to your eternal well-being, dependent on his successful navigation. Your successful entry into paradise often appeared to be quite literally on his divine coattails, so to speak. Here's a powerful mainstream historical fact that underpins this prominent female role in the rituals of mourning. The archetypal divine mourners in the core of Egyptian mythology were the great goddesses Isis and her sister Nephthys. When the beloved god Osiris, the embodiment of kingship and fertility, was cruelly murdered and dismembered by his jealous brother Seth, it was his devoted wife Isis and his sister Nephthys who tirelessly searched for the scattered pieces of his body. They lovingly reassembled him and then mourned him with such potent magical lamentations that their sorrowful cries helped to bring about his miraculous resurrection as the eternal king of the underworld and the judge of the dead. Their grief was not passive. It was transformative, magically effective, a divine model for all human mourning. In their grief, Isis and Nephthys were often depicted in the form of kites, small birds of prey known for their piercing cries, or with winged arms, uttering shrill, penetrating cries of sorrow over the bier of Osiris. Human female mourners, in their ritual actions, their disheveled appearance, and their passionate lamentations, were in essence reenacting the sacred roles of these two great goddesses. Their sorrowful performance was intended to magically restore and revivify the deceased, just as Isis and Nephthys had done for Osiris. So, your wailing wasn't just an expression of personal sadness. It was cosmically significant, a participation in a divine restorative drama. You weren't just sad. You were channeling genuine goddess-level grief, and the fate of the deceased might just hang on your performance. No pressure to get the high notes and the dramatic hair-pulling just right then. What about your own individual journey to the afterlife? Did your status as a woman significantly affect your prospects for eternal bliss? Generally, the ancient Egyptians believed that both men and women could achieve a blessed afterlife as a transfigured spirit. Ak provided they had lived a life in accordance with Ma'at truth, order, justice, and underwent the correct and complete funerary rituals, including the crucial post-mortem judgment known as the weighing of the heart ceremony. You too could hope to have your heart weigh lighter than the feather of Ma'at, and thereby be declared true of voice and gain admittance to the paradise of the field of reeds Sekhet Aru. However, your anticipated role and activities in that afterlife, as often depicted in tomb scenes, frequently mirrored your idealized earthly ones, managing a prosperous eternal household, albeit a much nicer, more fertile one, free from pests and shortages, being reunited with your family, especially your husband, and enjoying eternal sustenance and pleasure. The grander adventures, the depictions of actively smiting enemies of the sun, God the triumphant sailing with Ra in his solar bark across the heavens. These were more typically depicted for deceased men of status. Your eternal bliss, while certainly desirable, often seemed to be a perfected version of domestic contentment, still frequently portrayed in relation to your husband, who remained the primary figure. Historians still argue with considerable academic debate whether the extensive and highly visible depiction of female mourners in ancient Egyptian funerary art was primarily about genuinely honoring the deceased and expressing communal grief and loss, or if it also served perhaps more subtly to reinforce and perpetuate societal expectations of female emotional expression and their essential supportive rather than leading roles, even in the profound context of death and the afterlife. Were these ubiquitous scenes of wailing women simply an accurate record of what happened at funerals, a sort of visual ethnography, or were they also, and perhaps more importantly, a powerful form of visual prescription, a constant reminder of how women should behave, a reinforcement of their duty to lament, to support, and to facilitate the male journey, rather than to command their own independent spiritual destiny with equal prominence? It's a complex question without a simple answer, as art in ancient Egypt was rarely just decorative. It was almost always functional, imbued with magical potential, and intended to achieve a specific social or religious purpose, often reinforcing the existing cosmic and social order. Now, for a quirky or fringe tidbit relating to the specific performance of mourning. Beyond the general descriptions of dust throwing and chest beating, there were quite specific stylized ritual gestures that professional and familial mourners employed. For instance, mourners are often depicted with their arms crossed over their chests, a gesture also strongly associated with the deceased individual who has become an Osiris figure, signifying identification and a state of blessed death. Sometimes they would place one hand on the back of their head and the other on their chest, or hold both hands up to their faces in a stylized pose of intense sorrow and lamentation. And the vocalizations were not just random, uncontrolled crying. There were likely specific traditional cadences, rhythmic wails, and perhaps even particular well-known songs of mourning or dirges passed down through generations of women, each appropriate for different stages of the funeral or different relationships to the deceased. One can almost imagine a specific ululating cry that was instantly recognizable throughout the village as the "Oh no, Uncle Tamos has finally kicked the sacred bucket, and we haven't even finished inscribing his offering list on the tomb wall yet" wail. It was in its own somber and highly specialized way a true art form, requiring skill, stamina, and a deep understanding of ritual propriety. So even as you, an ancient Egyptian woman, approach the awesome threshold of eternity, your perceived role, and often your depicted one, was frequently framed by your relationships to others, particularly to the men in your life. If you were the wife of a wealthy official, your own tomb. If you had a separate one, might be a smaller, less elaborate chamber, perhaps situated within or near his larger, more dominant complex. Your funerary goods, while perhaps fine, might be less lavish than his, and your painted or carved depictions would often emphasize your devotion to him and your role as his supportive partner. If you died young, as so many women, unfortunately, did, your primary memorial in the memory of the living might be the raw grief of your immediate family and the perceived continuation of your lineage through your surviving children, rather than grand enduring monuments to your individual achievements, your personal piety, or your independent spiritual status. Majesty in the afterlife, as it so often was in earthly life, seemed to be a quality more readily and prominently attributed to men. You were undoubtedly essential, you were hopefully beloved, and your ritual grief was considered powerful and magically effective for the benefit of the deceased. But your own individual journey to divinity and eternal status, while certainly possible within the Egyptian belief system, often seemed to take a supporting rather than a starring role in the grand celestial opera. The eternal spotlight, even within the silent darkness of the tomb, frequently found its way back to the man of the house. But surely, you might whisper from the dimness of your own imagined mud brick hut, your back aching from the phantom weight of the water jar. Surely, not all women in ancient Egypt were confined to this relentless cycle of unremitting toil, this perpetual supporting role in life and in death, this relative and often crushing obscurity. What of the noble women, the royal ladies, the powerful queens, whose names sometimes manage to echo down through the vast corridors of millennia? Those privileged few who lived amidst the very gold and glittering grandeur that we so often instinctively associate with ancient Egypt. The diaphanous fine linen, the sparkling heavy jewelry, the cool shaded villas, the throngs of attentive servants. Did they manage to escape the pervasive constraints that so thoroughly shaped your ordinary life? Well, their cages, it's fair and accurate to say, were certainly much more comfortably and beautifully gilded, their lives adorned with unimaginable luxury and privilege utterly unknown to you, but cages they often remained nonetheless, with their own set of noble constraints, still subtly but firmly defining their existence. Though some truly exceptional elite queens and royal women did indeed wield considerable, even at times astonishing power, they too were generally still operating within an overarching system of pervasive male control. Their influence frequently, exceptional hard-won, carefully navigated, and often dependent on the men around them. Let's imagine for a fleeting moment that your life is not that of TIA, the hard-working farmer's wife, but rather that of Lady Merit, the cherished wife of a high-ranking court official, or perhaps even a princess of the royal blood, born to the purple, so to speak. Your material circumstances are, of course, vastly, almost unrecognizably different from those of the common woman. You reside not in a cramped, smoky village dwelling shared with livestock and extended family, but in a spacious, beautifully painted and decorated villa, complete with cool, tiled courtyards, lush, irrigated gardens, fragrant with flowers, and numerous airy rooms furnished with fine wooden furniture. You wear flowing robes made of the finest, sheerest, almost translucent linen, intricately pleated by skilled hands, perhaps adorned with delicate, colorful embroidery, or glittering networks of faience beads. Your jewelry isn't just a few cherished carnelian beads or a simple shell amulet. Its heavy gold collars, inlaid with turquoise, and lapis lazuli substantial gold bangles on your arms, electrum finger rings, and delicate silver or gold anklets that chime softly as you walk across polished floors. You anoint your skin, not with practical locally pressed castor oil, but with expensive imported perfumes from Punt or the Levant, and with fragrant infused oils stored in elegant alabaster jars. Your elaborate wig, crafted from treated human hair, and often intricately styled, is coiffed daily by skilled servants. You certainly don't grind your own grain until your back screams or fetch your own water from a distant muddy canal. A considerable retinue of servants, both male and female, attends to your every conceivable need, from preparing your elaborate multi-course meals to fanning you gently in the oppressive summer heat. Your days, compared to the unceasing labor of an ordinary woman are largely filled with leisure, perhaps overseeing your extensive household on a much grander managerial scale, engaging in cultivated socializing with other elite women, practicing music, playing sonnet, attending exclusive court functions, or participating in important religious festivals from a privileged front row position. Sounds rather delightful, doesn't it? A world away from the dawn to dusk drudgery we've been so intimately exploring. Definitely no arguing with the local Nile crocodile over laundry space for you. Your servants would handle that, probably at a private, well-guarded stretch of the river. And yes, it is undeniably true that some of these elite women, particularly those at the very pinnacle of the social pyramid, the queens and female pharaohs, achieved levels of power and influence that were extraordinary for any woman in the ancient world, let alone in other contemporaneous patriarchal societies. Think of the indomitable Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, who ruled for over 2 prosperous decades in the New Kingdom, frequently depicted in full kingly regalia, right down to the ceremonial false beard, a potent symbol of kingship. She commissioned magnificent building projects like her terraced mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri, sent ambitious trading expeditions to the distant land of Punt, and generally maintained the peace and prosperity of Egypt with a firm hand. Or consider Nefertiti, the famously beautiful great royal wife of the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten. Her iconic bust is a symbol of ancient Egyptian grace, but she also seems to have played a uniquely significant religious and possibly political role alongside her husband during the Amarna period, even being shown in artistic reliefs in stereotypically male pharaonic roles like smiting Egypt's enemies. Much later, in a very different Hellenistic Egypt heavily influenced by Greek culture, there's the legendary Cleopatra VII, the last Ptolemaic queen, who famously navigated the treacherous high-stakes politics of Rome and became a figure of enduring fascination. These women were undeniably powerful, intelligent, and often ruthless players on the historical stage. However, historians still vigorously argue whether these few, albeit truly spectacular and memorable examples of powerful female rulers and influential queens truly represent a genuine accessible potential for female power consistently embedded within the core Egyptian socio-political system, or if they are in fact such rare and exceptional cases, often arising from specific dynastic crises, like the lack of a suitable male heir, unique personal ambition and capability, or the particular religious or ideological currents of their time, that they merely serve to highlight the overwhelmingly patriarchal norm that governed Egyptian society for millennia. Hatshepsut, for instance, had to meticulously and continuously legitimize her unconventional rule, emphasizing her divine birth as the daughter of Amun-Ra, and initially co-ruling with her young stepson, Thutmose III. After her death, a concerted effort was made to erase her name and images from many monuments, suggesting a significant posthumous resistance to the idea of a female king. Nefertiti's extraordinary prominence was intrinsically tied to Akhenaten's radical Atenist religious reforms. When he died and his revolution collapsed, her direct influence seems to have waned considerably. Even for these most exceptional of women, power was often exercised in conjunction with, or explicitly, in the name of male relatives, fathers, husbands, sons, or it was met with eventual, sometimes vicious backlash. They weren't so much definitively breaking the ancient patriarchal mold as temporarily and often precariously reshaping it to fit their extraordinary circumstances. For every one, Hatshepsut There were dozens of male pharaohs who inherited and ruled without such extraordinary justification, and hundreds of influential queens whose power was primarily exercised through their role as king's great wife, Hemet-Nezu, were at a vital and respected, but still fundamentally supporting position. For the average noblewoman, not a queen destined for supreme rule, but still an integral part of the wealthy and influential elite, life was a world away from the hardships of a common peasant woman, but it was still framed by male authority and societal expectations. Her marriage, just like yours in that hypothetical village, would almost certainly have been arranged by her father or other male head of the family. Such marriages were crucial strategic alliances designed to consolidate family wealth, forge important political connections, or secure advantageous positions for her male relatives at court or in the temple hierarchies. Her primary role in life, despite her fine clothes, her education, and her retinue of servants, was still perceived to be that of a wife and mother, specifically to produce legitimate heirs, preferably sons to inherit her husband's property titles and status. Her education might have been considerably better than that of a common woman. Some elite women were literate, able to read and write hieroglyphs, or hieratic, perhaps even manage ledgers for parts of their husband's vast agricultural estates, if he was away on official business or military campaigns. Here's a mainstream historical fact about their recognized status within this framework. Elite women held a variety of important and honorific titles, such as King's Daughter, Satnesu, King's Sister, Senetnezu, King's Wife, Hemet-Nezu, and perhaps most influentially, for a Queen Dowager, King's Mother, Mut-Nesu. Each of these titles carried significant prestige and often came with certain privileges, land endowments, or ceremonial roles at court. The title Nebet-Per, Mistress of the House, applied to them too, of course, but their house was typically a vast estate with numerous specialized staff, not a small, self-sufficient mud brick dwelling. Yet, despite these titles and privileges, their legal guardian was usually still their father, before marriage, and then their husband after it. Their capacity for independent political agency or overt economic power outside the family structure was for most quite limited. They might skillfully whisper influential advice in their husband's ear in the privacy of their chambers, or exert considerable soft power through their sons or their social networks. But direct public autonomous power was a rare commodity. Their gilded cage offered undeniable luxuries and protected them from the harshest realities of life, but it also imposed its own forms of intense scrutiny and constraint. Their behavior, their dress, their public associations, even their private correspondence were all subject to the exacting expectations and unwritten rules of their elevated social class. A public scandal involving a noblewoman could bring swift and severe disgrace upon her entire lineage. While you, the peasant woman, might worry about a failed harvest or a sick cow, she, the lady of the manor, might worry about falling out of favor at the royal court. Her husband, taking a younger, more favored secondary wife, which was permissible, especially if she failed to produce an heir, or being implicated in dangerous political intrigue. Different scales of problems, certainly, but the underlying lack of ultimate independent control over her own destiny was a shared, if differently experienced, thread. She undoubtedly had more to lose, perhaps in terms of material comfort and status, but not necessarily that much more fundamental freedom to choose her own path in life. It's rather like being a very fancy, exceptionally well cared for, and beautifully plumed songbird kept in an ornate, spacious golden cage. The view is undoubtedly better. The seeds are of the highest quality, and there are no cats about. But the bars, however prettily decorated, are still very much there. Here's a quirky little tidbit about the luxurious and sometimes whimsical lifestyles they enjoyed, elite Egyptian women. And indeed, men of their class often kept exotic pets as symbols of their status and refinement, and perhaps simply for amusement. While you, in your village, might have a pragmatic relationship with a dog for guarding the house or a semi-feral cat for keeping down the mice and rats. Though cats were, of course, also revered and domestically associated with the goddess Bastet, a noblewoman might have a pet monkey, perhaps a playful vervet, or a more imposing baboon. These creatures are often depicted in lively tomb scenes, sometimes wearing a little collar and a silver leash, playfully stealing fruit from offering tables, grooming their mistress, or generally causing charming, fashionable chaos under the lady's elegant chair during banquets. Or she might have a graceful, slender-legged gazelle, a creature often associated with beauty, gentleness, and femininity in Egyptian art and poetry, kept tethered in her garden. These weren't working animals. They were living adornments, conspicuous displays of wealth, and a life of leisure, a testament to an existence far removed from the daily struggle for survival. Imagine trying to explain to your hard-working village neighbors whose children might be hungry why you need a special servant just to prepare figs for your mischievous, pampered baboon. The priorities and the available resources were just worlds apart. So while the noblewoman's life was undeniably more comfortable, physically safer, and offered far more opportunities for leisure education and the appreciation of art and culture than yours could ever be, it wasn't a life of untrammeled personal freedom or genuine gender equality. She was still in many fundamental ways a piece, albeit a very valuable, beautifully adorned, and often highly intelligent one. In the larger complex game of family ambition, dynastic succession, and state politics, a game largely orchestrated and refereed by the men of her class. Her power, when she possessed it, was often what we might term soft power. Influence, rather than direct command, wielded skillfully within the confines of her elite household, her social circle, and her family connections. The systemic disadvantages faced by all women, the societal expectation of subservience to male authority, the overwhelming focus on marriage and childbearing as their primary and most valued roles, the general exclusion from ultimate authority in most public spheres. These transcended class to a significant, if not absolute extent. The rich gilding on the bars of the cage might indeed make the view from within much more pleasant and varied, but it didn't necessarily mean the door was unlocked or that she held the key. The constraints were simply more elegantly upholstered, the limitations more subtly enforced. So from the gilded, if still confining cage of the noblewoman, we glimpsed with her pet monkeys and her fine pleated linen, we return, as we must, to the more common reality, to the sun-baked mud bricks of your imagined village home, to the life lived by the vast, overwhelming majority of women in ancient Egypt. A common thread of constraint, of lives shaped by unyielding societal expectations and by powerful forces largely beyond any individual woman's control, runs through the entire spectrum of the female experience in that long-vanished world. And it is these less glamorous, often intensely challenging daily realities, the endless work, the constant anxieties, the quiet acts of resilience, that leave the most profound and lasting echoes in the Nile's dust, if we only choose to pause our admiration of the glittering gold and the colossal stones and listen for them with an open, empathetic ear. We began this shared journey together, you and I surrounded by the popular, almost mythic images of ancient Egypt, the shimmering, priceless gold of Tutankhamun's iconic death mask, the majestic sun-drenched temples reaching for an impossibly azure sky, the enigmatic almond-eyed gaze of queens like Nefertiti, her beauty forever framed by that ever-stylish dramatic kohl eyeliner. It's an image that speaks of immense power, of deep mystery, of divine favor, and sophisticated culture. But as we've journeyed together through the quieter, less illuminated, and often much harsher pathways of ordinary women's lives, a different, more sobering, and perhaps more human picture has emerged, hasn't it? One where that divine favor seemed to be distributed rather unevenly, to say the least, and where daily life for most of the female population was far less about serene majesty and much, much more about sheer, unyielding, day in, day out persistence. Remember that dim welcome you as a girl child might have received at birth. Your future path was largely unchosen, then already being meticulously, if informally, mapped out by tradition towards domesticity and early marriage and the all-important duty of motherhood. You were guided swiftly, with little room for deviation, through a remarkably short childhood, which was in essence an intensive apprenticeship for a life of service within the home. Your education, vital, as it was focused on practical skills like grinding grain and weaving cloth rather than the scribal arts that opened the doors to power and influence for some fortunate men. Then came that almost inevitable arranged marriage, a strategic, often unemotional bargain made by your family when you were barely a woman, frequently wedding you to a man you hardly knew, binding you into a new household with new allegiances, new loyalties, and a fresh, often heavier set of demanding expectations. Those metaphorical shackles of matrimony, while perhaps not always overtly cruel, were certainly confining, offering precious few viable exits if the union proved to be unhappy or abusive. And the labor, that relentless, inescapable dawn-to-dusk drudgery that we explored in such detail, the back-breaking grinding of grain on the saddle quern, the daily baking of bread and brewing of beer, the endless fetching of water under a merciless, unforgiving sun, the constant, painstaking weaving that clothed not only your own family, but by extension, the entire kingdom of Egypt. This was the largely unseen, unthanked, and unrecorded physical foundation upon which all those grand monuments, those sophisticated theological systems, and those powerful political achievements were ultimately built. It was your hands, your sweat, your tireless repetitive effort that fueled the nation. Yet this contribution was rarely acknowledged in the grand historical inscriptions or the praises sung to pharaohs and gods. Remember the sheer physical toll of it, the ingrained weariness that seeped deep into your bones each and every night. Then came the terrifying, life-threatening gamble of childbirth, an ordeal you were expected to face again and again throughout your fertile years, usually without the solace of effective pain relief or the reassurance of skilled medical intervention by modern standards. This recurring trial by ordeal turned what should be a moment of profound joy and fulfillment into a terrifying brush with your own mortality. The constant looming shadow of death in childbirth meant that many women like you, otherwise strong and vital, were tragically lost in their prime, leaving behind motherless children and grieving disrupted families. A recurring pattern of devastating loss that communities seemed to absorb with a kind of grim, fatalistic resignation. And even your spiritual life, while undoubtedly vibrant and meaningful in the domestic sphere, with your beloved household gods and revered ancestors, faced firmly closed doors when it came to the influential priesthoods and the inner sanctums of the great state gods. Your access to officially recognized divine power, much like your access to significant earthly power, was often mediated, circumscribed, and controlled by men. In death itself, as we saw, your most visible and ritually important public role was often that of the mourner, your grief essential, potent, and even magically creative. Yet still, ultimately, in service to the afterlife journey of another, usually a male relative. Majesty, it seemed, was predominantly his domain. Mourning, however sacred and necessary, was often yours. So the next time you find yourself admiring an ancient Egyptian mural in the hushed halls of a museum, or gazing in awe at a photograph of a majestic ruined temple silhouetted against a desert sunset, just remember this. For most women back then, life wasn't a masterpiece of gilded ease, divine empowerment, or romantic intrigue. It was for the most part a quiet, controlled survival. It was a life lived within strict, often unforgiving boundaries, a life of immense and unrecognized contribution, but sharply limited personal recognition, a life that demanded incredible resilience, boundless resourcefulness, and an enduring, almost stubborn spirit. It was fundamentally a life of making do, of finding joy and meaning in small everyday things, of nurturing families and building communities against often formidable, overwhelming odds. Their entry into paradise, if they made it, often appeared to be on their husband's coattails, so to speak. Their individual names, unlike those of the pharaohs, the viziers, and the high priests, are mostly lost to us, now whispered away by the desert winds. Their grand personal achievements aren't typically carved onto monumental pylons or celebrated in lengthy hieroglyphic autobiographies. But their echoes are undeniably there, resonating softly in the simple, humble household objects that have been miraculously preserved for millennia in the dry desert sand. The worn, grinding stones that still bear the faint sheen of countless hours of labor. The utilitarian clay cooking pots still bearing the soot of ancient fires. The carefully woven and mended linen fragments. The crude but clearly loved clay dolls once clutched by small hands. The tiny, colorful faience amulets worn faithfully for protection against unseen evils. Here's a quirky yet deeply poignant tidbit that speaks to this muted presence. Sometimes, archaeologists excavating domestic sites or modest burials find small personal caches of well-worn women's tools. Perhaps a treasured set of bone weaver's shuttles and waits a collection of copper needles and sharp awls, or a favorite smooth cosmetic palette still stained with traces of coal or ochre. These items might be buried with them, almost as if to silently declare to eternity, "This is who I was. This is what I did. This was my life." These humble everyday artifacts speak far more eloquently about their daily existence, their skills, their cares, and their humanity than many a grandiloquent royal inscription. Here's a mainstream historical fact to consider alongside this often challenging picture of female hardship. The ancient Egyptians, in their extensive funerary texts, like the famous Book of the Dead, included a crucial section often referred to as the negative confession, or perhaps more accurately, the Declaration of Innocence. In this pivotal scene of the afterlife judgment, the deceased person had to stand before Osiris and the 42 divine assessors and declare that they had not committed a long and remarkably comprehensive list of sins during their lifetime. Among these important declarations were phrases such as, "I have not caused anyone to weep. I have not made anyone hungry. I have not inflicted pain upon any person. And I have not committed evil against mankind." This implies a deeply ingrained societal ideal, a strong moral code that at least in principle valued compassion and the avoidance of causing suffering to others. How this lofty ideal, squared with the often harsh and systematically unequal realities of ordinary women's lives that were so often controlled, circumscribed, and as we've seen, deeply unfair, is a stark and uncomfortable contradiction that lies at the heart of understanding any complex ancient society. The expressed ideals are often noble and aspirational. The daily practice for many vulnerable members of that society frequently fell painfully and tragically short. No amount of perfectly applied kohl eyeliner one imagines could fully mask the deep weariness in their eyes or the silent burdens in their hearts. Historians still argue, and indeed likely always will, whether our modern 21st century interpretations of female hardship in ancient Egypt are overly colored and perhaps distorted by present-day feminist values, contemporary ethical sensibilities, and our own cultural biases, or if the cumulative weight of the available evidence from archaeology, textual analysis, and comparative anthropology truly does support such a generally grim and challenging picture for the vast majority of non-elite women. Some scholars prefer to emphasize the legal rights that Egyptian women undoubtedly possessed, which were, in some respects, better than those of women in some other ancient cultures, their visible roles in certain religious cults, or the affectionate and respectful portrayals of wives and mothers found in some artistic and literary sources, suggesting a more nuanced, varied, and less universally oppressive reality. Others conversely point to the overwhelming evidence of deeply entrenched patriarchal structures, severely limited economic and political opportunities, for women the undeniable and ever-present dangers of childbirth, and the sheer unremitting drudgery of daily domestic life as clear and compelling indicators of systemic gender-based disadvantage. Perhaps the unrecoverable truth, as it so often is with the distant past, lies somewhere in the complex, multifaceted interplay of all these factors varying significantly by social class, geographical location, specific historical period within Egypt's incredibly long civilization, and of course, individual circumstance. But what seems generally undeniable, looking at the balance of evidence, is that for most ordinary Egyptian women, it was simply not an easy existence. Their lives were not by and large grandly heroic in the traditional pharaonic sense of conquering armies or building vast monuments. There were no public triumphal processions or laudatory stelae erected for a woman successfully birthing 10 children and managing to raise 6 of them to adulthood, or for her skill in managing to feed her entire family through a desperately lean year of poor harvests. But there is undeniably a quiet, profound, and deeply moving heroism in that very endurance, in that daily, often monotonous act of creation and maintenance, in that unwavering lifelong commitment to family and community, all accomplished in the face of such daunting, persistent, and often life-threatening challenges. Their collective, largely unwritten story is a vital, if often muted and overlooked part of Egypt's rich and enduring human legacy. So, as the echoes of these ancient lives begin to soften in your mind, as the desert sun dips below the horizon in our shared imagination, let the weight of their world gently recede. the endless toil of the fields, the smoky haze of the cooking fires, the anxious prayers whispered in the dim light of a mud brick home. These stories, while somber, are but distant whispers, now carried on the long, slow, patient river of time. You can almost feel the cool night air of the present. Your present begin to settle comfortably around you, a soothing contrast to the imagined relentless heat and pervasive dust of their long-ago days. Let the image of those resilient women, their faces so often unnamed, but their spirits so undeniably strong, fade into a respectful softness within your memory. Their struggles were indeed immense, their burdens undeniably heavy, but their contribution, their labor, their love, their endurance, was the very thread that wove the intricate, enduring fabric of that long-lived and fascinating civilization. Their quiet strength, their unending labor, their remarkable capacity for love and nurture in a world that consistently offered them so very little ease or recognition, stands as a profound and timeless testament to the human spirit's astonishing ability to persist, to find meaning, and to create and sustain life, even in the most challenging and unpromising of circumstances. There is no need for you to carry their ancient burdens with you into your own precious moments of rest. Instead, perhaps allow a sense of gentle, reflective appreciation to linger for a while, a quiet acknowledgement of lives lived with such remarkable, understated fortitude. The Nile River continues its timeless journey to the sea, just as it did for them, and the myriad stars still shine with silent brilliance in the vast, dark desert sky. Just as those same stars once gazed down upon them, perhaps offering a moment's solace, a fleeting sense of peace, or a canvas for a whispered dream under their distant, watchful light. Let their story now become a soft, fading lullaby from history, a gentle reminder of the deep, multifaceted human past, from which our own complex present has grown. Ease now into your comfort. Let your own breath be easy, even, and slow, and allow yourself to drift now peacefully into your own well-deserved dreams. Sweet dreams!